America has a coconut tree. Coconut tree. Context. Coconut tree. Context. Coconut tree. Context. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Context. Fix this in the context. Coconut tree. Love Venn diagrams. Venn diagrams. 3 circles. Coconut tree. Context. Coconut tree. Nails on the bus go round and round. So you think this in the context? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Context. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? I'm the President of the United States.
They shot me and missed me like a dog. It's sad what happened. They tried to take out your favorite president. Even Mitch agrees. Well, listen, what you have to realize is, if somebody had shot at me, I simply would have frozen up completely, Barack. Now, we have to realize that in America, political violence of any form has absolutely no place, Ted. If somebody shot at me, I would have been on the first flight to Cancun, Gavin. Now, Donald Trump may be a bully and a fraud, but violence has no place in this country, except if you live in California. Bernie, Mr. Trump, though he's a member of the top 10th of 1%, I'm grateful he's safe. DeSantis, listen, Donald Trump, he's the greatest president of my lifetime. I worship the guy. Thank God he's okay. Bill Clinton, I love shooting loads. I really do. Tucker, good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. I actually predicted the assassination, Dr. Fauci. Whenever you do try to hurt somebody, wear a mask. Make sure. President Biden, it's no joke. It's no joke. We're going to solve this at the battle box. At the battle box. President Lincoln's safe. He's doing well.
She dated some prominent men, including in 2001, former talk show host Montel Williams. Back then, he was the famous one and had to introduce her to the paparazzi. Now the whole world knows who she is.
The most liberal United States senator.
Somebody said that, and it actually was Mike Pence on the debate stage.
Kamala with the laugh. That's so funny. She kept laughing. Is there something wrong with her, too? The media said Joe Biden's president. Is there something wrong with her? She kept laughing. The media said what? You can do it, baby. I love you so much. And it's bad news. Bad things are happening. Mom, I'm sorry. Mom, I didn't do it, Paul. You can do it.
He's supposed to be a man of principles, too.
Okay, peace everybody. Welcome back. Yes. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the mods. Man, we got a full house today. We got a 4-man panel. I had to bring 4 of the best, at least 3 of the best, plus myself. We're gonna talk about this, man. This whole Kamala Harris, man. Can you imagine? Could you imagine her being president of the United States? Wow. Well, I have to introduce my guests, of course. Once again, returning to the microphone, we have, of course, Brother MOE FACTZ. We have the Battle Don, and of course, Spiritual Logic, aka Hulk, is in the building. Would you all please join us here and tell us how you're feeling tonight?
Hey, what's up? Feeling good, man.
What's going on? Thank you for having me.
Pleasure to be here.
All right. Where you at, Mo? You back there somewhere?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Okay, there you go.
Definitely in good company, and you're right for the best.
Yes,
you're right.
I'll take that. I'll take that. All right, man. Let's see here. So I got clips and stuff. We have a few things here to look at, but before we jump into all of that fun stuff, let's chat a little bit. So first, let me see. Let me pull this down here. Boom. All right, let me see. Hold on. Where is this at? Oh, here we go. This one. No, that's not it. Oh. 1 second, guys. I just got to get this screen correct. That's not it either. Hold up. Let me see. Here we go. All right, there we go. All right, now we're ready. So now I want to get your guys' view on this whole Kamala situation. It's very fascinating to me how we had this whole event less than 2 weeks ago where Donald J. Trump was allegedly almost shot in his ear, what have you, and a day after that, or a couple days after that, Biden comes down with the coof, disappears, and there's this like whole moment of despair where everyone's wondering what happened. Where's Biden? Is he dead? You know, this whole thing. And then out of nowhere, he comes out and shows himself. And then I think right before that, or during that whole missing, when he was missing, it came out where he backed out. He just totally said, I'm not running for re-election. It's just it's tandem. It just seems like such a rollout. It's timed so well. And then now this whole Kamala thing, and she's like a celebrity overnight. So I think it just sounds like a really nice script. It's well written, perfect for the normie masses. Yeah, so let's start with you, Mo, and then we'll go to Battle Don, and then Hulk will finish it up. What's your guys' views on this?
So if it wasn't for a few inches, we would have 2 new candidates in this election.
Well, that's what they're saying.
Yeah, that's very suspicious timing for my part. I think the Kamala thing was planned all along. They knew Joe Biden. And when I say they, the Democrats, let me make this statement first for everybody that don't know me. I am not affiliated with any party. I don't participate in the act of voting, but I do love politics. I love it as a sport. And so I had to say that because, you know, people are, oh, you're on this side, you're that side.
Sure, that's a smart move, yes.
Right. So I always like to put that out there because I give the analysis from what I think the campaigns, the politicians, and the parties are doing and what's their mindset, not from me personally.
Good luck,
I don't
Chalk.
have any.
Sorry, man. Good luck, Chalk. I'm gonna turn my mic up. I guess my audio's off. Sorry, go ahead, man.
Yeah, so I don't have a dog in the fight. With that said, I think the Democrats understood Joe Biden couldn't do 4 years. I think it was a setup for him to be put in that speech so Kamala Harris could replace him. That's my personal opinion and my analysis, because there was no reason for him to debate Donald Trump other than that. And I think the Democrat Party is a captured party right now because they depended on the black boule women so much that the black boule women are using their power right now and their leverage to hold the party hostage.
Very, very interesting. That's key. The whole idea of black boule women, black women in general. There's this big thing right now, especially on the social media, where it's like a controlled effort. They're all coming together, and it's like we have to back her under like our race and gender, which to me is just wild. You know, like, is this where we're at? Is this how we decide who should be in office? Interesting. What say you, Battle Don?
Well, okay, so I'm similar to Mo. I see the Republican and Democratic Party as two cheeks on the same botched back alley BBL, but I do vote. And so one of the things that, I look at it like, I was thinking today about a sports analogy, because growing up in Alabama, we got the mighty Crimson Tide versus the in-state rival War Eagle Auburn, and people get religious about sports in Alabama. And I see when the game, the Iron Bowl is coming up, and there's a certain type of energy, electricity in the air. And I see that same thing right now. It's similar to what goes on during the Christmas season, with the energy that's in the air right now about the election. And I think that that's it's a very American thing, and I like it, on that surface level. But now when you get to speaking to the Democrats or Republicans for too long, then you can see that Republican cult, that Democratic cult, you can see those types of things coming to the surface. So I would say that, this is an incredible time. When Mo mentioned about the black women going hardcore for Kamala, the Democrats are very skilled at their social engineering, and they have masterfully set themselves up at this time to push that button, that play that Trump card, pun intended, that they have up their sleeve every election season. And sometimes I wonder if the black women are going to be positioned as scapegoats just in case things go wrong. Instead of being the darlings of the Democratic Party, they'll be the scapegoats. That's one of the things I think about from time to time. But
deep,
it's just incredible to see. I heard that at the time when the assassination attempt went down, there's groups, the paramilitary groups that we have across our country, that they were ready to roll. If they would have got the word that Trump was injured or deceased, that they were ready to bring down the hammer, whatever hammer that is. I'm thinking along the lines of Thor, since that's the type of the gods of the ancestors, their ancestors. They were ready to really do something hardcore in the country, and just to think, we got these conspiracies running around. Did he get shot at all? What was that all about? Just think if he would not have gotten shot, but the word on mainstream media would have said that he would have. Would we have something on our hands that would have popped off, and then he could have came to the scene and said, hey, stop. I mean, our country is just so controlled by media. It's just incredible. This thing is a media game. This is an information war. And we do it the best in the United States. Nobody does the information warfare, the psychological operations better than this country, and we seeing it right now, being engaged in the American people, military quality, military grade information operations.
5th generation warfare. Spot on, man. Well said. I agree with you on this point. I think it's pretty deep, actually, setting up the black female population as scapegoats. I've heard also, and I agree with this too, if it goes the other way and Trump gets in, he'll be a scapegoat for the fall of the economy, under the guise of bringing in a new technological infrastructure. But there's pain, right? There's crisis on the road or on the way there. So just like he pretty much laid the path for transhumanist tech via the COVID situation, we could see something similar this round. But if it goes the other way, and say Kamala comes in, wow, and just all chaos breaks out, everything falls apart. Yeah, they'll have a nice population of people to blame that on, and black women will probably be the scapegoats in that they're being the most vocal right now, at least on social media from what I've been seeing. But what say you, Brother Hope?
Yo, man. So when it comes to Kamala, right, I see her as this one domino in a series of dominoes. And this goes, if you think about them destroying the old guard, even though the old guard was a deception, it was all theatrics, it was all social engineering and all that stuff. It's like, it's what Obama did. Okay, Obama signaled a shift. He brought a new way of, okay, we got this. I hate using these terms because they're constructs, but first, quote unquote, half black president. And then Trump created a shift because we got this quote unquote entrepreneur businessman stepping in, and then and he's like this person who claims he's not really about the politics, but he is. And now Kamala is the next phase of them kind of dismantling this old system, because all of this is really just getting people emotional. It's not really changing anything in our real lives, but it incites an emotion. Obama, he incited an aspect of social engineering. He wanted to instill pride in people who look like him, or et cetera. And Trump is, he instilled this kind of like, we're not going to do what they did, and all this kind of emotion. And now Kamala, like you all were talking about, she's kind of galvanizing this. Well, look, a woman has made it to VP, and she could have, essentially she could have, if something were to happen, became president. And this whole emotion, it's all about kind of galvanizing emotions and focusing them into this spiritual warfare that is on where the battlefield is the mindscape. This is all in the mindscape. And when it comes to her stepping into this role, it's really just a signal of the times, man. Honestly, y'all know me. I'm very extreme. I don't believe none of this stuff. I'm not saying that, local politics doesn't matter. But when it comes to mainstream, it's like watching any movie in Hollywood. The same theatrics, the same kind of acting, the same kind of lip service, ear tickling. What I want people to know is that no matter who steps in that position, the policies are all being structured to happen no matter what, even if it looks like controlled op is pushing it or whatever. But, it's like, you think about Biden, Weekend at Biden's, the whole dead man walking narrative. And then you got Trump saying things that no other person in his position says. And he's kind of being this caricature, like, shout out to Unplugged, we call him the Joker, the big Joker. And then you got all these people, and then you got Kamala, and she's like, people actually know that she doesn't know what she's doing. How she got in office is questionable, and all this other stuff. And now it's like she's stepping into a position where people are just on the edge of their seat emotionally, like knowing the country is falling apart rapidly, even though that's part of the plan. But it's like people know everything is unraveling and failing, but it's become entertainment. Like, seriously, this is all entertainment to people. People know that this is not changing their real lives. They see her stepping up there, giggling. Like when you did the remix, shout out to the remix, man. That was, I don't know how you did that. That was creative.
I can't take credit for it. I jacked that off the internet, the interwebs. But yeah, it was
still,
hilarious.
Man, that was crazy. But it's entertainment. You gotta admit, it's sad. I mean, I'm not entertained by the destruction of the world, but it's entertaining to people who are in this delusion. You know, they see this woman coming up here off of the whole shady Biden back out thing that was like, you know, everybody talking about the signature, and we could talk about all that, man. But let's just go to it, man. I don't even want to peel back too many layers too soon.
Good points. Someone mentioned something interesting here. Shout out to I Am Koa, says she still can be. Oh no, that wasn't it. She had made a good comment. Oh, wasn't it black men that got all the money together? I'm not aware of that. Do you guys know? Because apparently she raised like 70 million in a night or something like that.
I'm aware.
Okay. Was that black men per se?
It was 2 phone calls. The first phone call was 44,000 black women who raised $1.5 million. And then the next night it was black men. I think it was like around 30-something thousand.
Probably the
raised, huh?
Probably the AKs, probably.
Right. Oh, it was all boule.
All boule. Yeah.
It was. Well, I'm not saying all. It was boule led because the second night was Benjamin Crump. It was hosted by what's your boy name? The chubby dude on the internet.
Roland Martin.
Roland Martin.
Yeah, Roland Martin. Thank
you.
Roly Poly.
So he hosted the second night, and they raised over $1 million. I don't know what the number. I'll stop counting after hit over 1 million. So, but it was through Act Blue. So I mean, I think it came out to like $35 per person when you did the average. But not saying each person gave 35,000. So they're giving the appearance of her having black support. That was the whole point of these 2 calls, to say she has the support of black people, because this is my theory. And I gotta be careful on your channel, Days.
Appreciate it.
It's not crazy, but you know what I'm saying? I just got to. They need the illusion of black interest for Kamala to win, and they might use some chicanery for her to win. But that component of black interest has to be there. So like with Obama, they got to have, heavy black interest in the candidate.
Yep.
You got to have, if you don't have that, then you can't pull off a potential 2020 repeat. I'll just say it like that. We know how that supposedly went down. So that is the whole point now. This is why the whole argument, is she black? Is she not black? Because I've been in these YouTube streets for a while. When she wanted to run in 2020, ADOS at the time derailed her whole campaign the first night she rolled out, when she went to Howard and was trying to lean on the HBCU and the AKAs to solidify her blackness. They were in the streets, in the YouTube streets, in the internet streets, Twitter, whatnot, railing against her. And that kind of took all the air out of her candidacy. Also, I had a clip, but they always deleting stuff on the internet. She was supposed to be the candidate in 2020, and Biden was supposed to play her VP like he did for Obama. That was the play. This is why you heard them kept saying President Harris and her calling him vice president, the Harris ticket. That was the whole play. But she couldn't garner the interest. You see what I'm saying? So I think the Boule black women understand one thing. They understand power. You got to give it to them. This is where I get into I'm not on either side. They held the Democrats hostage and said, you got to take Kamala or we'll walk with our vote in 2020. They made 2 demands. They made 1, you got to take Kamala, and 2, you got to give us a black female Supreme Court justice. That was their two demands. They got their justice. They got Kamala. What they did next was put Jean-Pierre, whatever her name is, into the press secretary spot. That was the mouthpiece of the president right there.
Yep.
They've put these things into position because they understand, and Days, you said it, they will be the scapegoat. They will be the scapegoat if they lose. And right now, I think the Democrats understand, like, we don't want to waste any good candidates and let them lose. So why not put Kamala up? So that's my analysis on that whole thing. But yeah, her blackness is so important because it wouldn't even be a conversation if she was, quote unquote, you hear these terms, FBA, ADOS, Black American. You know, if she was born and identify as a Black American, there would be no problem. Another thing that ruined it for her is the legacy of Barack Obama. It's like, fool me once, shame on me. Mm-hmm. Fool me twice, you know what I'm saying? I mean, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Barack Obama made it so hard for her because he did nothing, tangible for the people that came out for him in 2 elections strong and put him in the office twice. So now it's like, what the Black electorate has gotten a little wiser to ask, what do you have for me? That's the whole Ice Cube thing, right? Talk to us after the election. They're like, no, talk to us now or we won't vote. But if they have that interest online, and I'll wrap up on this, the way I think the play they're going to use is they hope the Republicans get racist with her. If they get racist with her, there'll be a Pavlovian response of anti-racism back against it, which gives you appearance of engagement, which allows for a repeat of 2020.
And it boosts up that helter-skelter scenario. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
If I could add one thing, because you saying a lot that's really good. It's this polarity thing, right? There's a lot of people who hate Trump, right? And there's a lot of people who hate Kamala. And it's like this polarity between two extremes of hatred galvanizes so much emotion that a lot of people will default one to the other just out of their, rage. Like if you think about how many people who are against Trump, how they feel, they really are against him. Same with Kamala. It's like the two greatest extremes you can have in politics. And like you said, with Obama, it's all just a facade. It's just putting somebody who looks like a lot of people offering some lip service, but people are not falling for it. So they're weaponizing emotion at this point. I think, like I said before, it's just the weaponization of emotion. Like how many people hate Trump so bad that they're just going to pour into the other cup? And how many people hate Kamala so bad, they're just going to pour into the other cup, because it's not really about tangibles anymore, because we saw what Trump did. He said a lot of things, and I'm not saying that he, whatever, but he did promote things. And we saw what, Obama, he talked all this thing. They used the whole culture wars about bringing in celebrities and they had Jay-Z and Beyonce, like we're hip with the Black community and all this. And it's like Biden 2.0, if you don't vote for me, you're not, Black, whole narrative kind of thing. And we saw what comes through a lot of this political stuff. I mean, what was it last election? Didn't they have this bring your booty to the poll nonsense? So it's like politics is kind of a joke at this point. Like they literally had that. And this other one, I'm not even going to say what the other one was, but it was like no voting, no,
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like what's really going on. And at this point, I think, like you said, they're using the boule. A lot of people are connected to the AKA, the whole sorority fraternity connection. So that's pulling on a lot of institutions, colleges, and people of the collegiate and, prestigious arena are kind of like, we got to support Kamala because, she represents us in our networking and bureaucracy to provide this illusion that we're protecting ourselves. That's what it's about, the boule. Like we're looking for our own kind of thing, even though they're really looking for their own in certain positions. They're not looking for the general people who are oppressed that may be looking like them. They're looking for those who collude and sell out like they do. You know, that's the whole thing, protecting their own, not us, but their own. So it's a lot of stuff going on. And I think that the timing with Trump being who he is, and then with the alleged, I wish I could see the quotes, alleged attempt on him and all of this stuff, that we have to just look at an image to see if it's real, even though how many decades have we been looking at Hollywood images programming us to react emotionally to what we see on digital screens and all this stuff? It's like people don't even think like that. But these screens and these images are having such a subliminal psychological effect on people that they don't even know what's real. They don't care what's real. They're voting with what feeds their ego, their pride. It's like exploiting the narcissist in people. Trump exploits the narcissist in one extreme. Harris promotes the narcissist in another extreme. So that's just my view.
Well said, man. I was showing some articles here. We already got the culture creation machine doing their thing. We got Beyonce and Taylor Swift coming to support Kamala. So that's power right there, as far as like the feminist kind of cultural movement thing. So that's interesting. Anything you want to add to that or build on, Don? I got some clips I want to show you here to kind of as evidence for these views. Anything you wanted to build on?
Yeah, great points by Mo and Hope, you know, and I know you Days, you got the high production quality. I know you're gonna bring it, but you know, one of the things I always think about is I've been around for a little while now. 360 million souls in the United States of America, and once again, this is the best that we got. I feel like every election season on the national level, it's like an insult to our intelligence. But, you know, I think about what Kamala, what Trump represent, and I'm trying to look at it from the perspective of the rulers of our nation, which, as I pointed out in a previous video of mine, we need to pray for our rulers. Who are they? Like, we don't even really know who they are. But one of the things that I was thinking about was, you know, we've got representation of the internal empire and the external with both of the candidates. You know, with Kamala, we got the fake African-American-ish type thing going on. We've got the external with her Indian heritage. With J.D. Vance, for example, his wife being Indian. And also internal with the whiteness concept that was really put into motion in the United States in the 1600s. And so think about it, you know, there are global changes going on right now. India is one of those countries, 1.5 billion souls as a counterweight to China. You know, we need India to be against China so that the BRICS don't really get off like they want to get off. And so I can see that the rulers are playing a global game. It's not only internal, but it's external too, showing the rest of the world. We can see the same thing that happened in Britain, which is like the little cousin / granddad of America. Having Richie Sunak and a person with the Southeast Asian, particularly Indian extract, being a ruler in Britain. And so it's like there's a larger game going on, and it's just so interesting to see how it's being played. And yeah, I just wanted to drop that because I'm watching the I'm trying to look at what other people around the world, the English speaking world, are saying about this time in America right now. And both our enemies and our allies are looking, and it's like we've got everybody's attention once again. Like I said, nobody does this psychological warfare, information operation stuff better than the United States. We got everybody tuning in to the presidential soap opera.
That's exactly what it is. It's a big soap opera, and all of the actors and performers and entertainers are coming out in support. I'm just showing some articles here. I mean, not that we should be surprised, but this is the culture machine here, and it's really, it always boils down to culture as a weapon because that seems to be what's most influential. Definitely, but today what makes it so more insidious is the fact that it has the power of hyperconnective technology behind it. So now we're able to manufacture consent and socially engineer perspective in seconds, and it's so intense now that it's automated, in that social media becomes like a surrogate brain for the mainstream, and you got all these little influencers and pundits trying to scale their own reputation by spreading the nonsense. So they spread it even more, and then the algorithm picks it up and spreads it more, and it's just, here we are, you know. And so I have some clips here of that type of thing where you have these TikTokers and social media, just everyday people, but they turn into influencers because they say things that gain traction, and by design, algorithms picks it up and spreads it around. So speaking of this like adherence to like not just racial identity, but this type of loyalty, right? To and to me, it's ridiculous because it's not really even loyalty to a race. Because if you were loyal in that sense, you would have more insight on the level on what politics are really about. So when you see people gearing up and teaming up racially behind politics, you understand that there's something missing here, right? There, you guys are sleeping. But this is what we have now. People, especially black women, coming together under race and gender to support Kamala. Now, we could talk about all of the weird things about that, in that, sure, she's biracial, by the way. She's not actually African American in that sense. She's biracial, but also her mother being Indian, there's a big angle there. Just this whole introduction of Indian influence and representation in the country, in my view, has a lot to do with some of our technological directions. When you look into what India is doing technologically, it makes a lot of sense to me. And another side of that, obviously, is this heterogeneity that's taking over the country, right? It's just like turning. I guess we've always been somewhat of a melting pot, but I mean, look at the Vivek, getting crazy support. And it's just strange, right? I'm not trying to be prejudiced or anything, but this can't end well as far as any type of like uniformity culturally speaking, if we're going to have some type of standard worldview, which is left a long time ago. But if there is going to be any salvaging of that, it's gone, because now we're going to become a purely like a pluralist society. And I guess we've been developing into a pluralist society since essentially post-World War II. But now we're getting into the situation where we're not going to have any identity at all. The only identity Americans are going to have is techno culture, right? Social media mixed with virality, trends, and of course, this type of corporate consumerism. And we've already kind of had an identity based in those things, but now with this new influx of technology, social media, virtual communities, and asociality, everybody's kind of like detached and honed in on their virtual experiences. I mean, it's going to get very weird. Like, seriously, I hate to be black pilled about American culture and the American future, but this is not the direction that we need to go. And it's funny how everything is appealing to race and these different things like diversity, But at the same time, you realize how this could be used. This could be used to in a sense corner people into almost like we're all being pushed a certain direction such that solutions can be made. But let me show you guys these clips here because
Days, can I make one point before
yeah,
you go
please,
into the clips?
please,
Because you said that we're going to be this multicultural society.
pluralist, like everything is
pluralist.
equal. Everything's equal. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and this is from when you read their papers, the globalist papers, they want a nice light brown race. No, no racial identity really, but it's gonna have the majority of people will be light brown. That's why they're pushing the biracial thing. That's why they're importing brown people from all the way around the world, like you speaking about the Indians, the Hispanics, Central Americans, even Asians. They're bringing them here. They're pushing the intermarrying of these groups, so you can have it's going to be a dual race culture. You're going to have a white ruling elite, and then everybody else is brown, void of culture, and their culture will be consumerism. You look at our holidays; they're already all our holy days are based around consumerism, not the actual basis of it. So that's their plan going forward, and this is what contributes to the racial confusion. Because just one last point is that if you notice, these political parties are not even true to their ideology. On the Democrat side, you have them say Amber Rose is not black enough or is not black, but at the same time, say Kamala is black, right?
Doesn't make sense. Yeah.
It doesn't. I mean, that's the point. It's confusion. And then on the other side, on the right-hand side, you hear all the jokes about Kamala being promiscuous, but then they invite Amber Rose to come speak as a guest at their RNC.
Yeah, it's all paradoxical, and it's like social engineering wanted to divide and conquer in the beginning because that division, made it easy to like conquer people. But now, like Mo FACTZ said, they want to bring, and this ties into transhumanism, where we're losing individual like human identities, and we're kind of gaining this universal identity where the superficial no longer plays a role in dividing people, create conflict and social engineering. Now this is false unity that everyone looks alike. I've heard people say in like 2050, everybody's gonna be mixed. Everybody, they're moving away from like tribal lineages and all these things because they want to have a global citizen. And so this is kind of like on a surface level of psychologically engineering people to accept this global citizen where you engage technology, where you engage whatever ideology is being promoted politically, and you kind of get away from kind of tradition, and you get away from things that were inherent to individual people's lineage and all that stuff. And you're moving into this kind of like, well, we're all one people in the world kind of thing. It's like this false peace and safety kind of whole antichrist thing that they're trying to push.
That's perfectly stated. That's exactly where I was going to take this idea, because what Mo's saying is absolutely correct, but there's a technological, let's say, component there. So from my view, I think this has always been the Fabian goal, right? To kind of merge genders, to merge races, and to create a type of like muted citizen, racially speaking, such that we become like these consumer drones that are blank slate, learned through the government, learned parentified by way of government control, which has the internet as like a taskmaster, if you will. And then from that point, we turn into this like this population of sameness or similitude, as you guys are saying. But it goes further into the technological aspect, because ultimately the goal is to have a society of let's say sources of information, sources of data, right? Digital global citizens. So we're supposed to be set apart from all of these other aspects of our identity. And what I look at as part of this, a big part of this has to do with getting away from God, of course, getting away from religion, getting away from faith. And we saw this happen during the counterculture, post-World War II effort into pop culture, media, Hollywood, the record industry, the changing of the economy post-Nixon, and then the onslaught of like the 80s, where we got introduced to all these new technologies, all these new products and services, all this new type of culture, MTV culture, you know, us Gen Xers kind of period. That's where things like totally transformed. And if we pay attention to that process, we got so far removed from our traditions, from our faith and belief systems, from God, from scripture. We got so far removed from these things, and we started to take on more of like a cultural view. And it's funny how now the big thing is cultural Christianity, right? It's like it's always this secular cultural bent that influences behavior, and now culture is controlled by technology, essentially social media and application kind of interactivity. So now culture is just a representation of what of whether it be algorithmic capture or whatever's popular right now. What's popular is smartphones and social media posting, but we're moving into smart glasses. We're moving into more sophisticated smart watches that are going to give us higher connectivity, but also a new type of way to interact and engage. We're not there yet, but that's going to be the next culture. Basically, Gen Alpha is going to be like the smart glasses culture, right? What is it?
Well said.
Contact lens culture, right? Now, what's interesting about this is I think this is also why you get the push towards mixing races, is because I don't want to lean into the racial difference, but it's usually a cultural thing. It's as far as like your belief system. When I think culture, I think your religion, your faith, right? That's the more traditional way of looking at the grounds for a culture. Today, that's changed. It's secular, it's technological. But if we're going to actually look at culture for what it is, it's usually rooted in some type of worldview, a philosophy of transcendence, right? So as we get removed from that, we take on this technological pop cultural way of life. So we just start being hypersexual, right? We change our views on sex, we change our views on relationships, we change our views on marriage. So what happens is we become more sexualized, which gives us up to, say, getting girls pregnant, having children out of wedlock, not having any concern at all with marriage or the future. We're just totally stuck in the present, this ever presence, this what Kevin Kelly would call blind now. We're all living in this blind technotronic now, where we're moving and reacting to memes and trends and virality and crisis, and we're just doing whatever's right in front of us, right? So we're in this position where we're hypersexual, we're promiscuous, so that gives up to say having babies, but also having little discernment with who are you going to lay down with, who are you going to start relationships with. So it's not, I'm not trying to say it's we choose people based on our race, but I believe we choose people based on our culture, based on our faith, our belief system, our morals, our value sets, right? Like I'm not going to try to be with a woman that doesn't see the world the way I see it, and I'm definitely not having children with her. You know what I'm saying? But today, that kind of let's say that square, if you will, doesn't exist anymore. Now we're just doing whatever feels good, whatever we do it for the gram. We're doing it for all of these wrong reasons, and I think that sets people up to be more promiscuous, not just sexually, but promiscuous in that you're just like willy-nilly choosing who to be around. And what happens is everything gets blurred in that sense. And I think the racial mixing is an element of that blurring. We're not just blurring racially, but we're blurring our belief systems because we have no beliefs. You know what I'm saying? So people are hypersexual, distracted, in many cases anxious and depressed and asocial, but they're in a sense traumatized by this endless onslaught of technology. So we seek pleasure, we seek dopamine fishing, right? We go try to feel good, and usually sex is a part of that, you know, trying to appease one's emotional states, what have you. But overall, the point is, as we've gotten away from our faith and our belief systems, we no longer really know how to pick a mate, or how to say, you know what, this person isn't right for me, because we don't have any legs to stand on. So we're just messing or talking to, sleeping with people based on just pure attraction, sexual attraction, or now today it's clout, right? And I do understand the hypergamy arguments and all of that. That's something different. That's a different conversation. But overall, this feeds the machine. This has prepared the perfect population of drones to plug in and to just consume constant media, entertainment, content, etc., setting us all up to be these kind of like Wall-E populations, right?
Exactly.
That's what I'm seeing happen with this this culture of like similitude, like what you're talking about here, Mo. And ultimately, I think it works perfect with this future metaverse that's coming, because, and we've talked about this in the past, my belief is race won't have much meaning in the future, because most of our experiences, not all of us, but most people, and most of those experiences will be virtual. So at that time, you will be able to present yourself however you want. You will be able to present yourself as an animal if you want. Your race we won't even know people's races, because most people will only be interacting with avatars. You see what I'm trying to say? So this whole race thing is actually a op, because soon race isn't going to matter.
Yeah. Totally agree.
Definitely, Days. You know, we're all American, and I think about it like we speaking about these things in racialized terms, because that's how you're acclimated into America. You know, our rulers, racialization, these racial superiority theories is fundamental to American social engineering. It's fundamental to how the rulers have ruled over the people. And so this tension that I hear when I hear you guys speak about, you know, how this thing is shaping up. I heard Mo speak about the light browning of the country. You know, the way I see it is that the rulers of our country, they realize that these racial superiority theories, they've run their course. This racialization has run its course. It was very useful when there was the time of expansion, you know, the age of discovery, and that reinforcement, that strengthening of the power that America was gathering. But now we're in a different time. And so this speaking of this change in the racialization, you know, from the black side, we worried about, you know, mixing with others just the same as on the white side. So you have both blacks and whites concerned about this thing, because that's how we've been socialized. And so, you know, I think about how we hear about these people from like Klaus Schwab and the WEF and all these people that some say that they have a 50-year plan for us, and they just masterminds and just doing these different things. And it's, for me, they have a plan for the West, but that's as far as their influence can go, because the rest of the world, symbolized by the BRICS, they're going a different way. You know, you're dealing with cultures that have existed long before the United States, long before the West. In China, they've been Asian for quite a long time. In Africa, that whole big, huge continent, you know, they've been black for, or the not necessarily black, but the people with the burnt skin, as the scripture says. They've been that way for a long time, way before 1776. And so those people, they aren't going anywhere. Now, in the West, Yeah, there is change because, like I said, those racial superiority theories, they're losing their efficacy. And what the rulers are trying to do, I think what they're trying to do, they're trying to close Pandora's box. You know, they opened up this box, these doctrines of racial superiority from the pits of hell, literally demonic doctrines, demonic ways of viewing the self and the other. They're trying to close Pandora's box, but they can't. They can't close it because they not in control. You can't sit up there and tell the devil to stop, hold up, time out. It's not working like that. So we have this tension. And, you know, we see, like, for example, in Britain, they're burning stuff up right now. Okay? Why? Because these different groups are in Britain. And the rulers allowed these groups to come in. And now there's tension. In our country, the rulers allowed all these people to come in. And so now there's tension. And so what is going on, in my opinion, is this racialization. We're on its last legs. The rulers are getting the last juice that they can squeeze from this thing and trying to shift into something else. So, you know, I think about, like, I watched the ruler of Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traoré. He spoke and he gave a speech to the people in his country. And, you know, that's one of the countries that have broken away from France. They kicked the Americans out in that region as well. They wanting to break free of the West. And one of the things that he mentioned that made me think was he spoke about the pimp movies in America and how the pimp, the gangster, you know, that movie, they cloned Tyrone. You know, that type of mentality, again, America being the chief of information operations and things of that nature, it affected the people in Africa. They saw that too. They were affected by that too. And he mentioned that. Now you got the ruler of a country sitting up there mentioning pimp movies. That's just how powerful it was and how it shaped the view of what a black person, a black man is supposed to be. Something that's cool, something that's something to be admired. And he acknowledged how it was a trick bag. So what I'm saying is the rest of the world, they're going in a different direction. What we got to deal with in America, in the West, we got to deal with the fallout of this racialization. So thinking about how do we deal, what is my identity? Is my identity a black man? I must get with the black woman. If I'm the white man, then I must get with a white woman and just continue this thing that was set up as a trick bag from the beginning. I just say, hey man, we got to go back to the scripture. What is my identity? Who is my brother? Who is my sister? None but that follow the will of the Heavenly Father that rules above heaven and earth. So what are we going to do? Are we going to fall into the trick bag that was created for us and derive our identity from that? Or are we going to get our identity from our Creator?
If I can quickly jump in.
So well said, man. It's a touchy topic, but I agree with you on that. Go ahead, Hope.
Yeah, man, he was cooking. Here's the thing: from why racism was engineered, right? Why create this? Like you brought up the instability. Well, it centralizes power to their secular political system, because when people feel a sense of discrimination and unjust, who are they appealing to for help? See, it was the removal of people from a biblical foundation where your family structure and traditions insulated you from external corruption because you focus more on your family and the structure of your values from your faith. But see, when they engineered all these things, it's like sexism, racism, classism, you have to appeal to these leaders who function and work within a secular political construct where you have to centralize power. It removes your sovereignty, your freedoms, and your rights, where you trust these people to represent you, to think for you, to create systems. And of course, this is a segue where they're creating technology that will control every aspect of your life because of their engineered chaos and engineered dissension and of everything. Like that's why right now, whether you want to, whatever ism or whatever illegal immigration, it's destabilizing society, economy is all part of the plan. And they're using these political puppets, Trump, Harris, Biden, whatever, to emotionalize people to think only within the secular political paradigm. People not thinking internally, spiritually of awareness of sin or awareness of family or awareness of things that God gave us a mind where we can control our internal environment, irregardless to whatever's happening in the world. And then we can focus on why people, for thousands of years, they focused on buying land, they focused on raising big families, and they focused on doing all of these things and having pair economies and trying not to work. Go back in time, hundreds or thousands of years when they had monarchs and empires. People knew kings, for the most part, were wicked rulers. They never expected them to be nice. They never expected them to care about their own personal things. In fact, you didn't want to go into the king's court. You didn't want to go to Caesar's Colosseum because you knew that you were going to be tortured and humiliated. So people focused on family values and structures, specifically, if you're honest, in the biblical worldview. But now they're engineering all these external things where people focus on superficial attributes like your sex and your skin color and your class, where all of this stuff is being engineered. Even class is kind of like based on how you conform, how you're complying with the world to gain money. That's why you see the algorithms and social media and celebrities gaining wealth only by colluding, only by selling out, only by promoting what's being accepted. There is no way of gaining wealth by maintaining principle and value. That's a delusion. You have to really have grassroots grit and work ethic to have something personal within your family where you have to do it the hard way. You're not going to be promoted in any high level to do things the right way. But most people in the TikTok generation and short attention span, think about TikTok, right? Look at how many people dance every day. In spite of the world burning around them, you can go see millions, if not billions of people doing the same dance for attention. Where are people's minds really right now? And that just goes to show you that they're putting these political puppets in place while people are at the most mindless that they've ever been in history. They don't really care about these people. It's almost, these people are just catering to social engineering, indoctrination, and emotion. They're just going to say things that make people who are really detached from reality have an emotional dopamine hit, but they're not really critically thinking and having real perception about anything. So that's why Trump, Harris, all these people are the perfect candidates for the spiritually dead and the mindless walking dead. So I'll just add that.
Well said. I want you to chime in here, Mo, real quick. I want to acknowledge Axiom Descent. Good to see you, bro. Excellent comment here that speaks to what we're getting at. In an age of augmented spirituality and techno-pantheism, absurdity and confusion abound. Clever insincerity is the only genuine sincerity. I love that. Humanity has no shelter or direction without Christ. I mean, this is exactly what I believe. I think what we're all trying to say. This speaks directly to what Battle Dawn was saying. And we're in this position. I just want to speak quickly here before I pass it off to Mo. And adding on as well to what Hulk was saying, we're in this time where, as I was referencing, the loss of faith, which leads us to more of a secular, hypersexual, pop culture based kind of existence. within that process was the detachment of the family as well, right? Taking us away from this hedge of protection and guidance and influence. As a part of this transition into this new super modern era, the family has fallen away. The family has, in a sense, deteriorated insofar as it provided this type of, say, hedge of protection. It's no longer in the position of authority. It's no longer in the position of, let's say, guidance as it was back in the day. So we're in this position, as Hulk is saying, we no longer have these systems, the family being one of these key systems of guidance and that which informs our identity, of course, through some type of faith. From our view, it's the Christian faith. So you grow up in a Christian family, it does many things for you. It supplies you a type of moral standard, a way to be and do in the world, a way to see a world view such that you understand you're accountable to a God, a creator God. You're accountable to a certain level of behavior and decorum. And you also have a family that's under this same type of belief system. And there's the whole dynamic of the mother, the father, and the way these relations operate in the home. This safeguards an individual from taking on, say, winds of doctrine or being influenced by some wild and zany cultural movement. Now, this isn't to say every child is safe from that. Surely this has always been the case. There's always that apple that runs away from the tree, if you will. But we're in a time now where it's nearly impossible to present this type of hedge, because now everyone is so tuned into this new virtual world, this new virtual experience. So we have this mixture of getting away from faith, but also no longer having these familial dynamics that shape who we are. And we now become reactions to or representations of popular culture, media, government, and corporate funded nonsense, right? So as we move into this position, you see the younger generations being even further removed from this. And this, it is almost as if, and I'm saying this in a different way than it's normally used, we're going into a type of post-racial, as I believe we're going into a post-social. We're definitely going into a post-racial era where really, whatever your ethnic background is, it's not going to matter as much, because you're going to be kind of tapped in or logged on, this new type of virtual culture that's rooted in memes and this whole pop cultural thing we're having now. So yep. as we I guess are introduced to these new ways of living, we lose everything we had in the past. And a new human, a new world, a new society is forming. And that's the hardest part to deal with, especially when you're seeing what's happening politically. You're discovering that everything everyone is bickering about right now is going to mean very little in like 10 years. Once they have the AI where it needs to be, once the hyperconnective Web3 is up, once digital ID is full and running, once we're into tokenized economies, once we're off of the cash system, what we once knew as family, what we once knew as race and community, it's going to be something different. And I'm not saying it's all going to be hell and horrible, but it's going to be different. And I'm sorry, I'm rambling here, but let me just finish this up. It blows me it blows me away how, and we've been raised this way. I was raised this way. I mean, we all had this identity. We all were part of the struggle. I grew up pretty militant regarding Black liberation. So, this has always been a part of my identity. But the older I get and the more educated I become through my own research, I discover that, damn, a lot of this stuff is going to have very little meaning. And in fact, it might be setting us up to be bamboozled, because we can't even get together and decide what we want to eat for a night. How are we going to get together and have like racial cohesion such that we can make political revolutions? It's absolute nonsense when girls and guys are talking about we need to get together under this political movement or under this race. And it's like, bro, you can't even get her to look at you for 10 minutes and have a conversation because she's buried in that damn screen and she's too overwhelmed and occupied with what everybody's saying about her selfie, and vice versa. And
Preach.
it's just hard for me to accept the stupidity of politics when everybody is literally part of a massive transitional machine that is going to change what we know existence to be. And I'm gonna stop there, man. Go ahead, Mo.
Hey, man, you good? Everybody's cooking right now, man.
Mo, man, what's up, man?
No, I was letting y'all. I was just listening to everything y'all was saying.
I had to get it out, man.
No, you're fine. One thing we have to realize is our relationship with Tom is not the same way it used to be. Before, I keep going back to these cycles. Before, you had cultures, had seasons, harvest season, planting season. You know, when winter came, you had to batten down the hatches. You had to go inside. You had to coexist with your family members because it wasn't safe to be outside. The same way at night. Now we have a total different relationship with time. We live in a 24-hour cycle, a 5-day work week cycle, a 7-day cycle of a week, a 28 to 30-day cycle of paying rent and paying bills, and then a 365-day cycle filled with these consumer holidays. And that's it. There's no need for the people around you. We don't have to work together like, oh, we have to go build this or do this together. So if we understand that now, our herd, our tribe is online.
Speak on it.
Look at we're right now. This is our tribe. You know, the tribe. We're sitting in the middle of the circle of the tribe, and we're speaking, and the people are around us listening, adding in. That's the tribe. And that's how this works. Now, what troubles me when we say the erasing of race, and not unlike that word race, because it's not the actual, what it is, it's tribes. When they tried that in the Bible at the Tower of Babel, what happened? God became their enemy. Once we have world peace, man has a certain level of savagery that he has to attack something. And God will be the target. Trust me on this. So what do? They're trying to get, as Don was saying, in Africa and all these places. What is Elon Musk trying to do? He's trying to get internet everywhere.
Yep.
Once he gets internet everywhere, that breaks their cycle. They no longer need to fish. They no longer need to hunt. They'll be the same. They'll have the same problem we have. What Days was saying, screen time, competing with screen time. They'll no longer want to learn their traditions of their forefathers. No, I'm learning the newest traditions, which is the TikTok dance, the challenge. That's the new traditions.
Yeah.
So we have our relationship with time and our relationship with interacting with each other is totally changed to the point where you don't even how we select a mate. It's to the point swipe left, swipe right. You only present your choices is what is presented to you, not what you go out and forge to seek. No,
I love your time argument.
Point.
I love when you break down this time argument, man. I love this. Keep going.
So when you swipe left, swipe right, and now with AI, they're having your bot date their bot, and if you're saying those two bots hit it off, then they'll suggest that you get together. This same thing what your family used to do. I know my kid, you know your kid. They sound like a good match. Let's set them up with each other and see if we can arrange something. Now we have AI arranged interactions, right? And then what they want to do in the end, if it works out, fine. If it doesn't work out, as Dave was speaking about, these random hookups and these by chance pregnancies, who owns that child? The state. This is how the state, this is state-ran eugenics is what it is. We have to be honest, because if the woman finds anything worthwhile in that man, she's going to keep the child. If not, she will terminate the child. This is single user eugenics.
Yep.
And then they'll make you take care of it through child support, also, which causes gender war, causes strife between the genders. State becomes the father. You become a slave to the state. Blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? And that's the whole point of everything, I believe.
Yes, that's why I get so frustrated when we go back to these like 1960s views of social relations, especially at the racial scale. It's like you do realize we are in a completely different environment now. But then I have to fall back a bit and realize those who have these very staunch views and kind of almost like classic perspectives are being engineered through the education system, through what people today will call this kind of woke machine, right? Where everybody is having this very militant, almost racial perspective put on them. Not to mention the algorithms don't help. We've talked about this in the past. If you want to look at black violence, you're going to get all types of black violence videos just hurled at you nonstop, which is going to definitely influence your view on
Yep.
what is really being represented, opposed to what's actually happening in real life. It does kind of put a magnifying glass over whatever's being shown, so it makes it appear to be a lot worse than it is. And it's the same on the other side. You watch quote unquote white people doing crazy stuff, you're going to get an algorithm that's just shoving all of these videos of white folks doing crazy stuff. It's mind blowing actually when you see how these algorithms can form the way people see race and actually get people all like, what is this, like a racial consciousness, to the degree that you only see things through a racial lens. Now,
Right.
of course, elements of race are important if we consider the past, right? If we consider our families, I know my family, if I consider the history of my family and all that they've been through, of course, it's going to, you're going to feel some type of way about that. There is disenfranchisement. There has been historical oppression. These are all real things, man. I grew up, all I ever heard about in my family was growing up worrying about this, worrying about that. And of course, that's tied into a history. So there's going to be that identification. There's going to be that racial consciousness. But at the end of the day, we have to remember we are in we are in a different world now, and all skin folk ain't kinfolk, as it were. So we have to be a little smarter about how we go about things in life, right? We just can't do this kind of tribal thing. And speaking of that, let me show you guys these clips, because I think these are good examples of this kind of tribal view. And I understand the perspective. I understand the B1 view. Okay, I totally get it. I'm on board. But at the same time, it's a degree. It's a degree of who you are. Your blackness, your whiteness, quote unquote. And those aren't even real things, man. Let's be honest, right? But whatever our ethnicity is, they are parts of our identities, but they don't make us who we are, right? Like that's something I think, at least from my view, we have to pay attention to, because especially today with the internet and the education system, it's making people see themselves as like this type of monolith, and we understand that's not the case. It's never been the case. So check this out. Check out these clips, man. See how this kind of this tribalism is working.
I just want y'all to know right now, if you think we went crazy for Obama, nigga, I repeat, if you
There might be some profanity. I don't remember. If there is, forgive me.
think we went crazy for Obama, we had this nigga on Nikes, t-shirts, mugs, hats. We had this nigga's portrait up. His portrait. We had this man's portrait up in our house like he was an ancestor.
Very true. Very, very true. And it's interesting to hear this, especially after Mo's point regarding Obama doing literally nothing, right? Nothing except for, the Rainbow Brigade, but that's another story.
Do you hear me? If you think we went crazy for him, Kamala Gate, okay? Do you hear me?
It will sound days.
The black girl magic that will coat this nation.
You don't hear that, Don?
Nah, I don't hear it.
You mean the girl? The girl?
Do you guys hear her?
Yeah, I heard her.
Okay, all right. Maybe it's maybe you got something muted.
I don't hear her either.
You don't hear it
I
either.
mean, I listened through my phone.
I am too. That's why I had to.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's not coming through the headphones for you guys. Okay, my bad. I got to figure out what's going on with that.
Will be historical. This bitch, we might do a Kamala parade. I mean, I don't know what might happen. If she pulls this out of her ass, which is what it feels like, with every fucking odd against her. Biden dropped out 20 minutes before the fucking, before the polls. If she pulls this out of her ass with every odd against her, you will see a wrath from black women like you've never seen before. I just want y'all to know that.
Really, a wrath from black women like you've never seen before. That I think that's a bit extreme, because I know a lot of black women that ain't on board with this. But there is a sector, right? Especially if we go to the left, if we go to the progressive, like the progressive quote unquote black left, yeah, you're gonna get this sentiment. But I just think this is it's just sad to see. It's sad to see. I don't like seeing it because I see the deception. Well,
Definitely.
I got another clip here, but let's get some response from that.
Well, we have to be aware of only thing that matters is online. And I like they say, touch grass. You hear the term touch grass?
Mm-hmm.
We live in an internet bubble. When I say we, I assume all of us, you know, we pick up our phones and we're tapped in. So on the internet, yes, there will be a wrath, because I think people mistake vocal for the size of people or the number of people interested.
The hyper real, yes. On it.
It's the loud minority. You're going to have, you know, with the gender war online, you would think if you transpose what happened online outside, you would think people will be fighting in the streets in the gender war. But you don't see this happening. Online, everybody's looking to dunk on everybody.
Key point.
Yes.
Key point.
But not just that, they're using these hyper real silent minorities to polarize everybody else to think that this is what is trending, that this is what the majority are feeling. Like I said, they're exploiting this distorted ontology where people define their worth, identity, life through digital media, not through a worldview, like biblical worldview that says that we come from a living God, that we come from, you know, people think that who they are is dictated by what's being promoted online or being promoted digitally. So a lot of people are they base their whole thought process based on what's the majority, what's trending, not even the majority, but what's trending, what seems popular, not even realizing that these algorithms are doing what the mainstream news agencies did a long time ago, control group, you know, the thoughts of people who seek, you know, news and seek what's happening through these screens, through images, not through real life interaction, but through images and through digital media. And so, like, a lot of people are going to hear her who don't have a ontology in Christ, and they're actually going to believe that this is what they should be doing. This is how they should be feeling. A lot of people are getting their feelings from online things.
It's true.
Like,
it's true. Sorry, go ahead. My bad.
No, you good. You good. I was going to say the outrage that people have is coming from online.
Exactly. It's coming from online. Now, in one way, it can influence voting, sure. But are they going to get out and actually vote? What Mo is saying is so on point, because, and this speaks to my point I was trying to make before, everything is in the virtual now. Everything's in the hyper real. So people are all rah online, but in the real world, are they going to mobilize? Are people going to get together in person and make moves and make things happen? No. I don't care how many people go viral. You're probably not going to see some massive movement, at least not in this particular demographic, because I have never really seen it. The only real motive, or should I say mobilization, I've seen that translates from the virtual world into the real world is, say, the fans of Kai Cenat, right?
Yeah.
Like, that man got power. He moves hundreds and thousands of kids out in the real world. That's Gen Z. That's a whole different beast, right? But this demographic, particularly like the Democratic progressive, I mean, it's a lot of lip service. I want you to speak a little more into what you was presenting there, Mo, because I agree with you.
Well, I think they don't have the large followings like Akai. Sure, but what I think is they have these small enclaves of you have 5 to 10 black women in a business, in a company. And you have all these different companies across the world or across the United States, and they have these little pockets, and then they're like their brunch crew. They don't come out and, like you said, in the hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands, like for Kai, but yeah, they mobilize in that brunch circle. And if you look throughout history, tribes have always been in different size, different formation, different movements, and that thing. So we once again, I have to go back to the beginning. This whole psyop is to make it look like Black people are interested in voting. That's
I like
it.
that.
Because even the act of voting is in the clouds now. There's no paper ballots. There's no 1, 2, 3 counting. No, everything's digital.
Which means that is it trustworthy? But we can't really say nothing about that.
Right, we can't. But I'm just saying that the act of voting itself is in everything. We live in the cloud now. We have to accept this. We've crossed the Rubicon. All our goods come. We don't go to a shop, a butcher shop, or we don't go to whatever. We go to Amazon, and we put our request in the cloud, and then a day or two later, our products show up.
That's it.
We live in the cloud. We have to accept this fact. Now, you can choose not to, but that's the cloud. And to operate in the cloud, you have to operate by the commandments of the cloud, or the EULA. Yeah. Listen to what it's called, the terms the terms of the community. You know what I'm saying? The community guidelines. It's a community. It's a global community. We are global citizens.
And what's interesting is that they're using like these random people to do what celebrities used to do. The government used to use celebrities, entertainers, and athletes to kind of condition the masses, right? Because a lot of people, the human nature caters to wanting to be wealthy, caters to wanting to be seen, to be popular. So they use people that they elevated to these positions and to promote certain things that they know, especially the youth. They're gonna be, everybody wanted to be like Mike. Everybody wanted to be, like these people. And so whatever they promoted is kind of what people thought was cool. And it kind of had this weird, distorted morality about, well, this is good because so-and-so is promoting it. They didn't really gauge it according to God or the biblical worldview or anything like that. And like these people now, like that girl, they're using, because people are kind of seeing through the mainstream stuff, right? I think everybody knows that Hollywood and celebrities, even though people still talk about it, they know these people are into some kind of occult practices and stuff. It's too obvious now. So they're kind of doing it in a subversive way of using people who appear to be everyday people, the relatable tactic. Oh, this person is like me. They're not really famous, but their voice is loud, even though the algorithm is elevating people who promote what they want to promote. So it's just this illusion that this person is really, but if you go along and if you express something within social engineering, the algorithm will amplify your voice. That's what it's designed to do, while suppressing everybody else who does not think that way. And so it gives this illusion that the everyday person is relatable, like, oh, this person is speaking for us. And people actually have this emotional connection because it's online. Not in the real world, not through somebody they can physically and tangibly go out and see is living and relating to what they're doing. And that's what the problem. People have removed themselves from real life and have engaged totally in this online persona, going into this digital, like you said, this alternative metaverse, where everything is digital, and digital realm is going to be more real to most people than the real life. And that's the portion of ontology.
Hawk, can I piggyback off of that for 1 second, just to make this one point?
Go for it.
If you think about it, all of us are truth adjacent in some way or some form.
Right.
But we've had family members come back to us with their favorite content creator and tell us something that we told them.
Yes.
And they buy it. And it's like, I told you that 2 years ago.
Man.
But it's the fact that they build this rapport with that person that they chose. Now, like I said, once again, it's not force fed through, because like television used to be 30 channels. Remember the old boxes that had like the 13 channels? You flip it down, it's another 13 channels. You flip it down again, like 39 channels total. No, it's an abundant, it's an infinite amount of channels. And whatever person resonates with you,
that's it.
And pushing what you want. Wait, just resonation first. then you're open to buy it from them. So even your familial bond can't duplicate what picking somebody online and then they feed you the information. And this is why, Hulk, you're correct. You're absolutely correct. Hollywood is dead. Movies are dead. Music is splintered. I won't say dead, but our music taste is so niche now that, you know, you won't have another Mariah Carey, Whitney Houston. Beyonce is the last of a dying breed. It's these little pocket artists, and that's who people identify with. So I just want to make that point that we've all dealt in truth, but our own family members, friends, coworkers, whoever else do not hear us, but they'll take the same information from somebody they relate to, and then they'll come back to you and educate you on it.
Yep, the Candace Owens type of people. True. You know, that's what Candace Owens is doing. She's saying things that many of us have said a long time ago, and because she's being promoted, and I strongly believe that, you know, I know people have strong feelings about, oh, she says some things that sound good, but you got to look in the macro about where this has been for like 5 to 6 years, not just in these little pockets, because these people are crafty. Now, just like you said, a lot of people, we've said things when this stuff, even before it materialized, we saw the pieces that people didn't want to put together. You know, we did, all of us in some way, you know, saw pieces that people didn't want to put together. And we said things that people thought, oh, we're really conspiracy because there's not, it didn't actually, you know, manifest yet. But we saw it because we were researching this stuff. We were looking at in the background for a long time. But then once their favorite content creator or someone is being politicized, you know, within the secular political paradigm speaks up, then people say, well, yeah, now I'm gonna believe that there may be an issue with the juice, or now I believe that something's wrong with the system. I'm like, it took, like you said, your idol had to speak for you because you have detached yourself from real life, from people who engage and experience in real life just like you. You've detached from that.
Absolutely. I mean, that's pretty much what I'm trying to get at too. It's this detachment from our familial bonds and the influence of our family and the dynamics within the family. You know, it's just different now, and so people are taking cues from who they relate to, influencers, and it's bittersweet because listen, we're able to reach people in a way we couldn't even have imagined 15 years ago, when it was all about industry, when it was all about production companies and studios and you know, big companies putting people in media. Now you just turn on a camera and speak into a microphone, and you can compete with mainstreamers. They got that Don Lemon guy got a podcast, and I mean, he struggles streaming, you know, for being such a famous person, right? So it's fascinating how the tables have turned, yet it's bittersweet because though the average Joe, the normal person, can get a platform, it's through a type of decentralization of media, which is good in one sense, but at the same time, it offers up so much content, so many different, say, arms pulling people in. Now we're struggling with trying to keep in touch and stay afloat as far as like raising kids and remaining or sustaining relationships. We're trying to keep up with all of the different influencers and different content creators people are addicted to, right? And that's the bittersweet part. It's like, yeah, we all got a chance now to speak our minds, but it now floods it through info glut. It floods the culture with so much content. TikTok being a great example, which adds the endless trail of content, but with that, it gives this what is it called when you're at the in Vegas, slot machine. It's like a slot machine thing. So not only is it infinite content, but it's changed its format. So it now requires more of the person's attention. So you add that new format with the just endless content, and we get ourselves in a position where, damn, it's just hard to reach people at this point because everyone is so captivated. So I guess that's part of the bitter aspect of this new media that allows anyone to speak their mind. It also floods culture with I guess a surplus of information, which is problematic at the end of the day. What say you, Battle Don?
Well, just listen to you guys speak. I hear about this. The concept of the idol just keeps coming to my mind, and I think about that, and it's like, like what is the idol? We in the ancient times it was the gods of the nations. After Babel, when the people were split up and the nations were assigned entities, and now. Just like, we got to keep in mind that we don't fight against flesh and blood, but we fight against principalities and spirits and things in high places. And just like people on the ground, the rulers, the Elon Musk, the Bill Gates of our world, they change with the times. Also, these entities change with the times. And so what I think about is the gods of the nations have turned into the gods of the preferences. And so when we think about our idols and the lady that you had speaking, although I couldn't hear what she was saying, I was just thinking about, okay, so there are people that have idols of personality, idols of ideology, and she was just giving voice to that idol. The people, they already have their worldview. It's not as if she is creating worldview within her audience. It's the people already have this view, and she's just scratching that itch in their ear. So she's just giving voice to that idol. And it happens in, around the world. We see so Mo talked about Elon Musk and the different things that he's doing. And we have the example of the tribe in the Amazon that was given Starlink. And before Starlink, they were living in a certain way. And then after that, it's like so many of the men in their community was just strung out on pornography. One of the things that I thought about when I first saw that was like, again, nothing is new. We're going back to Baal Peor, the god of the open holes. Okay? It don't matter how old, it don't matter what gender. As long as there's an orifice, then it's going down. So these things that we're dealing with is just a repackaging of very old things. I think about like the influence that the West has in their liberal sort of worldview, and we look at countries like Colombia that have the highest rate of single motherhood in the world. And you got these passport bros that are thinking that they're going to go into Latin America and find a more traditional way of life, but they're not finding that because the idols that people have, they keep going back to the same thing. They keep going back to the love of money, things like that. And it's just like, the more things change, the more they stay the same. And so when I look at our country and things that are happening, that right-left divide that is becoming more pronounced, I think about how the rulers are playing this. There's something for everybody. So on the left, you might come at it from a sexual identity point of view. They also bring in more of the occult or witchcraft living in a city like Atlanta, I was able to see that witchcraft version, that witchcraft side of how people are drawn in to different things. Living in the city like Huntsville, Alabama, that Trump visited 3 times when he was running for presidential candidate. The first time, why did he come to Huntsville, Alabama 3 times? Because that's the military Silicon Valley of the United States. And you have the right side of that. You have just 10, 15 minutes south of Huntsville, you got Coleman, Alabama, a sundown town. Okay. So these types of things, and on the right, you have this atheism that was spoken about. We was chopping it up in the pre-staging area before coming live. And how many people in America are atheists? Well, guess what? The right has something for you. If you lean towards the spiritualist, the spiritualism, witchcraft side, the left has something for you. So everybody is drawn in. Nobody is left out. Like, Bush used to say, Bush Jr., no child left behind. Well, in the United States, there's no belief system left behind. No matter what you believe in. Look at the Republican convention and the speech that was given, where someone gave a speech speaking on the Southeast Asian belief system and gave a prayer at the Republican convention. Okay, nobody is being left behind. No matter what you believe, they got something for you. It is just gonna be funneled into the American civil religion that you must adhere to, just like in the ancient Roman times. We don't care what you believe in as long as you give Caesar his due. And if you don't want to give Caesar his due, then the centurions, they're going to pull up and they're going to see about you.
Well said, man. That well said. That's exactly where we're at.
And Caesar requires one thing now: consent. That's it. That's all he wants you to render is consent. Think about it. I mean, because when Don said something, it made me think about when he was talking about down in the rainforest and that tribe. And you're right, Don. Nothing does change, and nothing new under the sun, because once they came with alcohol, aka firewater, which created what? An opportunity for escapism. Now it's smartphones and internet. Escapism. So they just want you to consent to not live in the here and now and live in the cloud. And really what that does is, I mean, when you look at it from what the globalists want, you on your smartphone for 6-8 hours a day works towards their goal, because you're consuming less space, less power, less resources than if you were riding around your car, actually moving around physically. So this is what they want. They want everybody to be, and it's dependent. And they showed you that with the hack, or what? Not the hack, but the glitch, as they like to say, that happened last week.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. We can shut you down. We can strand you if you need to have operations, whatever else. We can cut you off at any time if you don't give us our consent. And I'll concede the mic back over.
Yeah, the compulsory economy and society that they're building on compliance and conformity. It's been like that. It's been building towards the social credit dystopian society for a long time. And they're using these narratives to say, well, if you're not for the world and you're against it, they're going to criminalize you. They're going to cut you off. And then they're creating these new barriers of entry where you have to recertify your compliance by colluding or conforming to something new. Like, we got the real ID coming up in 2025. We got, you saw what they did with job mandates and all this stuff that people should, if they were spiritually aware, they would not have succumbed to. I understand a lot of people were weak, and fear did get ahead a lot of people. Thankfully, some people did wake up from that. But this is what they do. They're going to weaponize fear, disenfranchisement, desperation. This is why this is spiritual warfare. These emotions are governed by your spiritual connection, whether it be to Christ or to the world. That's going to dictate to what you worship. If you are living and loving the world, then the world is what you worship. And you're going to do whatever, you're going to jump through whatever hoops to maintain whatever things these world claims to offer. But if your identity is in Christ, then you will live in the world, but not be of the world. You can use money, but you won't love money. You will use technology, but you won't let technology define you. There's a very distinct difference between us using things and us letting things become us. They want you to throw away your soul and define and redefine yourself through what they're promoting. This is why they're trying to create something sensational or these new technological innovations. They're trying to really to have a reaction to people who are spiritually dead to embrace this stuff. Like, look at how people are just putting stuff in their bodies and the wearables. And I mean, people don't even care about the possible effects of having things that are electromagnetic on their body. They don't care. People, and this is something I question in my own life. I hate, like, I look at the Wi-Fi router. I'm like, is there a way I can shield this thing? Is it something, can I put it in a barrier and still have access? I actually miss things when they were wired. People think wires were a hassle, but I prefer things when they're wired now that I know what's really going on. But they want everything Bluetooth and Wi-Fi and all this stuff because they got the 15-minute smart cities, and some of this civil unrest and the weather mod is displacing large amounts of people into these cities. People can't afford to live now, so they're politicizing the economy right now to move people. They're probably going to roll out UBI, and these people know that people can't pay bills. Lots of jobs are disappearing. So it'll be interesting to see if, in fact, something does happen in November, honestly, because the way events keep rolling out, we don't know what might happen. Now, I know people believe it's going to happen. We have no reason to think it's not going to happen, not that it matters. But they tend to use crises. We know they got the cluck cluck bug coming in October. So we don't know how these things are going to play out. These politicians, if anything, are distracting people from what is really happening in the real world, like the removal of human-based jobs and they're replacing it with automation, robots, and what they call AI, which is just machines thinking, using pattern recognition, all that. They're replacing our whole life while we're emotionally invested in puppets. They're using empty words, fair speeches, and lip service to deceive people who actually trust them. I tell people all the time, why do you trust government? Tell me one reason why you should believe anything these people say based on, use history, use any example you want. What basis do you have to believe that anything they say is for your interest outside of theirs? And why would you assume that they're honest and good people? Why wouldn't they lie and deceive you to get what they want? Because people who reject the biblical worldview, I'd say, well, why is it wrong that they're deceiving you if it's all about you? And I tell people, you got to wake out this narcissist bubble. Everything online is catering to the pride and the ego of people. People, it's the fleshly ambition, the fleshly impulse and desire. They want you to feel self-important and not realizing without transcendent purpose and meaning, which only comes from God, biblically, you're being played through your own delusion. You would do anything just to be special, but we already are special. It's just that you reject where that comes from, and that's from God. You reject him, and you want to seek to be special from people who hate you and who want to lie to you and manipulate you. And that's why I'm saying, it's like there has to be a spiritual change internally before people could even see through these agendas and these false narratives, because no matter how much layers we pull back, no matter how much creative or intellectually we expose things, if you're spiritually dead, you're wasting your words. All of us have broke down a lot of this stuff for years. And to this day, in spite of empirical, objective evidence, people don't care. They say, well, I don't care what you say. I'm going to do this in spite of anything. They don't even have a reason logically to refute anything we say. They don't need one. It's pure fleshly emotion. We're in dangerous times right now. People would rather live in a burning house that keeps their pride intact rather than see the way out where you actually have to disengage from social media, like the propagandized social media. You know, we can redeem this by we tell, you know, we're redeeming this. We preach Christ. We expose the nefarious things that are happening. And we just do it by revealing inconsistencies and contradictions. These systems tell on themselves. They make our job very easy, but you have to have a certain level of awareness to even appreciate what any of us do, because they contradict. I mean, how many times have any of these politicians said one thing, did another, said one thing, did another? We saw what Obama did. He said, I care about all these people, and people really believed that he was going to look out for the people he said he was. The only people he looked out for were the alternative lifestyle people. If you called yourself anything but a child of God, he looked out for those people. You know, but that's how it is when you're deceived by the flesh, because you don't care about logic. You don't care about evidence. You don't care about having a consistent philosophical foundation to even define things consistently. What are words without a framework objectively and philosophically to define them? Love doesn't mean anything in a moral relativist mind. You know, it only, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot I can go through.
I mean, I'm laughing to myself. We talk about this all the time behind the scenes, and I always say the same thing to you, man. I'm like, Hope, I agree with you, man, but you have to speaking like that, man, the majority of the world is going to have no idea what you're even talking about.
I know. They don't care. It's like, bruh, my brain has been programmed.
And that's the thing,
tell me
man.
about Beyonce. Tell me about who are these people out here? You know.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to what you're saying is true. Is this flesh consciousness, and for me, I look at it. An aspect of the flesh consciousness is this: it's fear, right? This adherence to a comfortable lie, right? Like people rather live life comfortable in a lie than have to deal with the discomfort of the truth, right? And dealing with the fact that these systems operate the way they do, governments operate the way they do, we're lied to, et cetera, et cetera. That's an uncomfortable realization to come to, which is worldview shattering. So the general population is going to want to stick in the comfort zone. They're going to want to deal with fantasy and illusions, because most people, and we all have at some point in our life, lie to ourselves. So if we can lie to ourselves, it ain't going to be too difficult for, you know, say anybody in any level of authority to lie to us, and we accept it, you know.
You know what the stinging point is that when you shatter someone's worldview, it only defaults to one thing. The responsibility actually lies on me. The accountability is the choices that I made based on what's presented to me. People don't want to think anymore. Society has become mentally and physically lazy. They don't want to do the work. Like, to have a family structure involves people working together as a unit where everybody is doing things foundationally. You know, I think Mo or Don talked about it, where people go to stores now. You don't see people doing anything, like even growing food. Like, and I'm speaking of myself and a lot of people, we weren't raised to think like that. The supermarket has been a place of comfort, and now we're living in a world where the food is completely compromised.
Well, you never know. We might be put in a situation where things get knocked backwards, if you know what I mean. Say if there's some massive EMP or something, we might have to go backwards a little bit, and that might not be a bad thing, culturally speaking, you know. And go ahead.
I know I was gonna say, Hawk said grow food. People don't even do their own shopping anymore.
Good point.
In the supermarket. I mean, like, that's what I mean, the lack of human interaction. At least when you used to go to the supermarket, you might see somebody, have a conversation. Oh, I ain't seen you in a while. I mean, remember how with our moms, You know,
Yeah.
they'll meet somebody they haven't seen in a while and they have that 5-10 minute conversation. There's not even a chance for that interaction anymore because you have a shopper that brings this stuff out to your car.
Or you have Instacart and DoorDash.
Yeah, it was an RBI bring it to your door. Even, I mean, I was even giving credit of going to the store, but yeah, they bring it to your house. So there's no human interaction. And I just want to support Hulk's point because I recently did a show and part of it was a book by Napoleon Hill, a conversation with the devil. And it's it's a mock conversation Napoleon Hill has with the devil. And he asks, how did the devil control people? And he said, by making them drift. Yeah, and it's mindlessness or a lack of mindfulness. That's how the devil works. You know, it's not a grand scheme. It's just that we turn our minds over to him by not being mindful. Not all of our actions. It's this thing with food addiction. You know, we eat mindlessly or without mindfulness. We go snack 3 Oreos, handful of chips. You know what I'm saying? And now you've racked up 5,000 calories in a day. You didn't even realize it.
Empty
calories. And it's kind of like when you're driving in your car and you've gone 5 exits and you don't remember those last 5 exits. It's like
autopilot.
That's true, man.
Autopilot.
True.
Like being on autopilot. What you said is deep. It's, you know, what the saying was idle hands, but in this case, it's an idle mind, right? An idle mind is the devil's playground.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Interesting. I want to get back to some of these clips quickly here. I know we kind of got off into a little tangent, which is always fun, but I want to try to bring it back to Kamala here just so we can get to some of these clips you had sent me, Mo. I have this Van Jones clip. You want to touch on this one? I could run it right quick.
Oh no, I'm not gonna say anything, but I think I saw. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, let me run this. I'm gonna run this real quick here.
Crazy.
You start insulting black women, you're going to see something you haven't seen before. Black men are not going to put up with that. I was on a phone call with 20,000 black men. The word protect came up about 1,000 times. Protect this sister. Protect this sister. We're going to protect her. Protect her. You're about to see something you haven't seen before. Look, people messed around with Hillary Clinton and said a bunch of mean stuff to her. Black men set that out. We won't set this out. So I don't think that the Republican Party understands that all the work that they did trying to get us over there, two more days of this, it's going to be a problem.
Wow. Wow, this is an interesting dialectic right here, man. What say y'all, man? This is deep.
This is where I was talking about the Pavlovian response. And they, trust me, the Democrats have done the analysis. They say, well, black people are not really digging her and her blackness. What do we have to do? We have to put her in a position of being attacked. And what you're going to see is the political response and the internet response of the what was that thing down in Mississippi, the riverboat?
Yes.
That
was crazy.
That's what's going to happen with Kamala Harris, because it's something ingrained in men, black men, because it's a large percentage of us come from a matriarchy, come from a single family household.
True.
Of seeing a black woman being attacked, we have to respond. We see this all the time on the internet. Even when a woman's out of pocket, when the man responds with some kind of force, there's a white knight that jumps in. You know, even she could be completely in the wrong. It's this Pavlovian response of protecting women, and it's more potent and more present in the black community, because that's the last thing of dignity we can have as black men, is to protect our woman. You know, that's kind of like, I'll put myself between you and the danger. And they're going to play on that, and he's exactly right. This is a case of a broken clock. he's the broken clock right now. He's right on it. He's wrong on a lot of things, but he's right on this one. And I'm sure they're going to have bots, and the right is coming at her, calling her, you know, all kind of 304s, for lack of a better word, and that kind of thing, and how she got where she got in office. So,
which is not a strong argument. It's funny, but it's not a strong argument, especially after they had
like
Amber Rose
up there at the RNC. So which one is it? Uchiwale? Is it one Mike? Come on, what are you doing here?
Yeah, man. Oh,
and I'll say it's logical warfare, because what does protect mean? Like, protect coming from their lens, from their medium of politics, is no protection. It's just almost triggering people with a word. You know, that's why he said it so many times. It's the repetition. It's because like you say, when people are not engaged through a consistent ontology, they don't even know what words mean. So people think protect is they associate that with feeding their energy to some kind of political candidate, not necessarily structuring their own households by making good decisions and building nuclear families and doing all these things and having an infrastructure of values and principles within their homes.
Yeah.
And,
you want to protect a politician? Are you protecting your family? Are you protecting your mind and your heart?
That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's a trigger. It's triggering people. Like, they literally do this. They'll say a word. They're like, love is love. And people don't know what that word means. It's almost like they think love just means accepting and everything and anything and having this infinite tolerance.
Can we touch on kind of the presupposition here? I mean, listen, man.
Nah, man.
Listen, let's touch on the presupposition of this whole situation here. Help this black woman? I mean, can we talk about that? I mean,
that's the spell. That's the magic
black
spell.
woman? Come on, man. Isn't she half Indian? I mean, listen, I understand the one drop rule. Okay. Now, I know the racial dynamics in America is wild, right? Like, it's wild. We got all kind of different views, different perspectives. But from my understanding, hey man, somebody could correct me. If doesn't it only whiteness is canceled out, technically speaking, right? Like,
correct.
Right? Only whiteness is canceled out. So if you have a certain percentage of blackness in you, you're black. Say if you're black and white, you're black. Mm-hmm. Right? But if you're half a completely different ethnicity, you're not black. You're biracial, technically.
Well, hold on. So
right?
I'm asking. This is where blackness gets slippery. Because when Tiger Woods said he was Cablinasian and not black, he got ridiculed and kicked out the tribe.
See?
When he's clearly half Asian and half black.
That's true.
So I'm just saying, this thing is slippery. It is it proves that it's a construct. Mm-hmm. But one thing I have to give Kamala Harris credit about is that she's lived a black experience, HBCU, black sorority. You know, she's Rachel Dolezal herself. Nobody can say that Rachel Dolezal didn't live a black experience. But where it comes is when she went to California and started saying that she was the first Asian American. If she wouldn't have done that, we wouldn't be having this right now. It's like she did the same thing Tiger Woods did of othering herself. That's where the problem. I don't think if that ever happened, she would have got the same acceptance as Barack Obama, because Barack Obama didn't even have the lived experience of a black person in America that Kamala Harris had. He had a few years in Chicago, and that's about it. I mean, he lived in Indonesia with his white grandparents. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Hawaii. He didn't have that experience. So I think when she decoupled herself with that first Asian American thing, that is what, and she's coming on the heels of Obama too. So it's like I said, it's the fool me twice thing. It's not going to work for her. But once again, they understand the Pavlov. I'm gonna keep saying this word, and if people don't know what that is, that's when they ring the bell and then we feed the dog will start to salivate. You ring the bell, he salivates, you feed him. Ring the bell, salivate. You know, and to the point where you can ring the bell and you don't feed him and he still salivates. So this is what they understand. You attack a black, quote unquote, big quotes, black woman online. What does that do? That gets and go to what Hope was saying about protecting. Protecting means engaging with the racist with an anti-racist engagement, which presents engagement, which presents interest, which allows for what happened in 2020 to happen again in 2024.
Yes. So it's messy, man. It's messy. It's confusing. It doesn't make any sense. And a lot of non-blacks will always come to the conclusion that this whole thing is stupid. And I get that. It's very, man, it's a struggle. Trust me, because I have friends that are, half black and half other races. And, growing up is difficult because, again, it depends on how you grow up. Did you grow up with both parents? Which parent did you grow up with? If you grew up with your black parent living in more of a black experience, you're going to identify with your black side. Hence, you'll be considered black. But if, say, you grow up with, say, you have an Asian parent and you grow up in an Asian community and you grow up in kind of like an Asian culture, well, you're probably going to consider yourself Asian and not really consider yourself black in that sense. So there's that difficulty there when you're mixed in that kind of way, because you're two different ethnic groups, and it's like you don't want to deny one and claim the other. But usually, what would cause that is how you, like you said, Mo, how you grew up, who you grew up around, what was your culture. And you might be in this situation where, because I've seen this too, where you're say like half Asian and half black, and you grow up with both parents, and it's in the Bay Area where everybody is just together. It's very it's diverse and multicultural. So, but mind you, there is an overbearing culture. Like in the Bay, it depends where you live. There tends to be this kind of shared blackness, quote unquote, where everybody is under this umbrella of black culture, especially like if you grow up in parts of the Bay, like Oakland, etc. You can be any kind of race, but you grow up under that black cultural umbrella, and that's how you're raised, and you tend to hang out with people and you share the same kind of culture. And that tended to have a Christian kind of foundation, in that black culture has always been, at least if we're going to use that term, socially conservative and at least nominally Christian, right? So like I said in the past, I grew up with all types of diverse friends, but we all were to some degree Christian. Even if we weren't claiming it, even if we didn't go to church, we all had this foundation of God, Christ, and we tried to live right. We understood sin, you know what I mean? And that kept us in line. Now that's gone. That doesn't even exist no more. Now with all the new atheist stuff and the the pantheism, as well as the new age woo woo, you got little young kids watching TikTok trying to be witches and brouhaha and all of that stuff. So it's madness. Now, anyways, I want to add to this point here. I want to show one more clip here, adding to this point of the Pavlovian. I love this. Pavlovian response. And now we have Joy Reid here feeding right into this. Check this one out.
Just stratospheric entrance of Vice President Kamala Harris into the presidential campaign, and she has now secured enough delegates to become the nominee. You're gonna look real crazy being on the other side of that line, particularly as a person of color, but really as anyone who claims to have any connection to the culture. You're gonna look real weird and real lonely on that side. The door needs to close behind Amber. And she looked crazy over there. But shut the door behind her. You really are gonna look crazy being on that side, given the cultural phenomenon of Vice President Kamala Devi Harris. She's about to make history. She's about to become the first woman president.
Wow. Interesting.
Wow. So they're trying to.
So you see this? This is like, listen, you're with us or against us. You're gonna look crazy. This is gaslighting. You don't vote for Kamala and you're black. You're crazy.
We're revoking your black card.
We're revoking your blackness. Yes.
Well, this is the slippery slope they played. Last election, they let Biden say, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black, right? So they already let the Democratic Party decide who is black and who is not black. So it's an easy jump to say, yeah, Kamala's black. And now it's saying if you don't vote for Kamala and agree she's black, then you ain't black.
Absolutely.
And here's the crazy thing, and I'll make this last point. We were just having a conversation about if Drake was black or not. And he has a FBA father and a white mother. And they said, no, he's not black. But now Kamala, which she has a super ambiguous background, I think her father might be half Afro-Jamaican. It's weird. I mean, like, he's half, and her mother's full Indian. So, but now, like I said, it's this, now we're going with the one drop rule. And that's why I said it makes no sense whatsoever. And when you point out the hypocrisy, it makes it silly on its face. So that's all we have to do is keep pointing to the hypocrisy of the situation.
Absolutely. And I want to respond to a point here made by Miss Allah. It says, no, it's okay to be biracial. It's not who you grew up with. I'm not saying it's not okay to be biracial. There's nothing wrong with that at all. My point is it can create a type of discomfort in certain communities. It could become, let's say, it could become an issue being accepted in certain communities, right? I mean, this is just how it is, man. Listen, man, there is no black community. There's just sections of different black peoples, and you have some that are more open to some of these ideas, and then you have some that are like, if you're not dark skinned with kinky hair, you're not black. So it's like, if you're not full 100%, you're not black. So I mean, it's messy. It's really messy, right? There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with being biracial, but it can be complicated, right? Especially if you're half black, because there's such a racial identity there. Your half blackness is going to compete with your half Indian or half Asian or half Latino or what have you. It's just the way it is. I'm not making any judgments. I'm just basing it on growing up in a very diverse community and having a lot of mixed race friends. And myself dealing with issues, being of the lighter tone and having kind of curly hair. My mother's mother is white, so my grandmother's white. My mom is half white, half black. My dad is black. So I've dealt with crap growing up as a kid, right? So, and I know what this is like, and I've had friends that are completely half something else. So it's unfortunate, but this is the culture and what we've been brought up in. Go ahead, Mo.
And this is unique to the Black American experience, just so I can speak of what light skin means. If you go back to slavery, how did you get that light skin? See, we have all this
exactly
has a historical context to it. When mother gives birth to a child and it thinks it's from a black man and the baby comes out light skinned, obviously massa's been down here in the slave quarters. You see what I'm saying? That and then that's where the distrust comes from, because the dark skinned children would tease the light skinned child, and it built up animosity. And this animosity, oh, you have good hair, oh, even to the point of they would let the biracial children in the house. This is where the house slave thing comes from. It wasn't because it was light skinned. It's because you're my child. Look, from the master standpoint, you're my child. So I'll let you in my house. Now I won't let you treat you like one of my children, but I'll let you in the house. And when you go out to the slave quarters, you keep an eye out, and just in case any kind of rebellion is going on. So this light skin thing has a lot of history to it, which people are not brave enough to have the conversation of why this anxiety comes from. And there's teasing that comes from both sides, where you're not black enough or you're too black. You know what I'm saying? And this is why, and people won't be honest, but it's a lot of colorism that's coming behind Kamala Harris. Because if Kamala Harris was dark skinned with a dark skinned Indian parent, it would be less conversation. Let's just be honest about it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like listening to you guys speak, that last Joy Reid clip, you know, it made me think because, you know, I don't follow the mainstream media so closely, but the last time I seen Joy Reid, she had blonde hair. And on this one, you know, she was bald headed. And so it's like to think about that, you know, she's African. And so I can go to any quote unquote hood and I can find a woman that both of her parents can be traced back through slavery. Yet she has blonde hair too. You know, I can look at African women, especially I saw some that was the wives of some of the rulers of some African countries, and I look at their face, and their face is a whole lot lighter than their neck when I look at them on TV. So you see this dynamic taking place. And also, you know, when we think about Kamala and Obama, you know, we see Kamala's Indian mother, we see her Jamaican father, but then we look at her husband. Who is her husband? What race is her husband? Okay. The same thing, we can look at J.D. Vance. We see him, his race, and then we look at his wife, her race. So you see here that it's something for everybody. This is that pan spirit of something for everybody in this country. So no matter what little thing pushes your button, you're going to find it in these candidates. And I think that is what's so interesting about who we have presented to us to choose from in this election. And I just find that it's interesting that there's nobody that has a history that they can trace back to the descendants of American slaves is represented there. I do find that interesting, very interesting. But, you know,
how many times a month?
I just want to raise above this racialization, this thing that's happening right now, because we see that. And I'm convinced it is. I'm just convinced that the rulers, they're trying to move past this. And one of the ways they're trying to move past this is just by saying, you know, it started with Obama in the sense that, hey, these descendants of slaves, we're moving past this whole slavery thing. You know, they don't have to literally be connected to this group of people. They're black in the overarching sense that whiteness was created. You know, whiteness was created as an umbrella. The Englishman, the German, the Belgium, the Spanish, the Portuguese, all of these people melded into one. You know, forget about their, like, when we talk about our culture and things being erased, think about how the people that were first considered to be encapsulated within whiteness, what did they have to lose? They had a culture, they had a history. The Englishman, the German, the Frenchman, they had something, but then it was washed over with this thing called whiteness. So it's just the same old game being played on us, being repackaged, but now it's hit up against the wall, because now that the empire has to deal with all these other groups that were reached out to in the past, that slaves were taken from. Once the British got rid of the African slavery, what did they turn to? They turned to Indian slavery, where Indian people were spread across the world. Okay, so we see these things that they're like they're like blowback in a way. And how does the empire deal with all this where Americanism touches all this pain, all this suffering? How do you still grab those people into wanting something that is considered the American dream? It's a big chess game that they're playing right now. And I think that in the West that they run up against the wall, and this is their last leg that they're on right now.
I agree. That makes a whole lot of sense. This being kind of that, like, the door is closing on all of this stuff. And it's like their last opportunity to squeeze as much juice as they can out of this lemon. And I like this point you're making about Pan-Africanism, basically, I think is what you're getting at, and kind of the silliness of the idea and the misrepresentation of very diverse peoples that are, like, in a sense, smashed into this blackness umbrella unfairly, I think. Shout out to, who was that? I think that was that Cookie Cruncher? Like, it's mentioned something about there's, that's King Sir. That's King Sir. King Sir says there's no such thing as Pan-Europeanism. And that's interesting, right? And I guess the point is that you shouldn't take away from people groups and their belief systems, because what separates us is our beliefs, right? You could take so-called black people all across the earth, but we don't share the same faith. We don't share the same belief system or even culture. So the problem with this whole idea is that you're getting people to structure some allegiance based on a phenotypical thing like race, right? Now, sure, we might have had shared experiences internationally, I guess, historically speaking, due to our kind of shared experience with slavery. But I mean, come on, man. I don't know. I just don't think this is a good foundation. I believe our foundation should be our faith. Our foundation should be that which gave us life and the opportunity to even be here. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't see any purpose in that. And I think you're right what you're saying. It's watering down, if you will, all these very diverse people groups that have done different things at different points in history. So it's unfortunate. But let me play one more clip here. I got this other one from Mo, just so we could get through these clips and we could chop it up about them real quick here.
How many times a month do you get a silk press?
So, I don't use a curling iron. It's too much heat. I use a round brush.
Now, what kind of magical round brush? I mean, your hair must be super fine now to be people.
Well, no, it's not. It takes a while. A boar bristle, or but it takes a lot of heat. But it's just too much heat to do that and do.
Queen Latifah going neck and neck with the silk press, honey. You're giving it to us.
Interesting. So here we go with this, like, the whole hair thing, which is huge, and I know, right? It's powerful. And there's also videos going around about her being a good cook and having, some skills in the kitchen, which is going to get you big points. So I don't know, man. It's hard for me to deal with this just because I see the manipulation. But what say you, Mo? You sent that clip to me.
What this is cultural tone deafness. The fact that she says she doesn't put heat on her hair. If you ever grew up in a black, right? If you ever grew up in a black American household, I can't speak for anything. I only can speak from my experience. We know the smell of cooking hair. We know the smell of the curling iron, the flat iron, the whole just caring for black hair is a ritual in itself. From the blue grease to the comb to all of that, and she failed a tone deafness test. Only thing I can liken this to is when Candace Owens was on The Breakfast Club, and they asked her, "God is good," and there was a call and response. Everybody in the black community know when you say God is good, you're supposed to say all the time. And she didn't know. This is she didn't know
remember
what
that. I remember that. Yes, yes.
This is what I'm saying. This is the cultural tone deafness that she has. That she, even if she had to lie, and that's why she was like, what kind of round comb or whatever kind of comb she said she had. This must be a magical comb, because to bust naps. And this is the thing, we shouldn't be ashamed of our kinky hair. And this is the point what I'm saying about, we can say, here's the problem with just with the Eurocentric beauty concept. If you don't find love in yourself and find beauty in yourself, it causes a complex. I don't care who you are. You can be a white woman that was raised in Asia, and Asian beauty standards is different from European beauty standards. You're going to have a complex. And our women, for most part, they have a complex with beauty because they're given white dolls with white hair, and it may seem trivial, but it's not trivial, because how do you identify with beauty? Because if you go to Africa and these isolated tribes, men look for women that look like themselves. You're a reflection of me, that kind of thing. And you look for certain traits in that phenotype that reflect yourself. Growing up here in America, and in the worldwide Eurocentric sphere, you don't have that, because when you watch television, when you watch with magazines and internet and everything else, they present one beauty standard. And if you don't meet that beauty standard, it's going to cause a complex. And this complex reflects itself in lashing out and overcompensation. We can't deny the fact that our and I say our women walk around with hair of somebody else on their head. If it was hair that looked like ours, you just want it to be longer, it'd be different. But no, it's a total different. It's called texturism. I don't know if you're aware of this or not. Mm-hmm. It's a whole ism. Mm-hmm. And what I think it's subtle, but it chips away at the self-confidence of our women. And then we wonder why they're so vulnerable. So this is why it's important to find love. And you love who you love. But at the same time, if our women don't feel desirable and we don't look for who we are and what we reflect, then it's going to be complexes. You're the psychological person, Dave. You're the expert in that field, but there's going to be complexes formed off this issue.
I mean, absolutely. It goes across the board. We have similar situations with men as well. There's the colorism. So it's not just texturism. There's colorism. I mean, there's, this level of mixture, as we talked about, right? Like the level of your drop, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of feature issues, right? If we're going to really get into all of those talks, growing up in a Black family. And I know this happens because, as I said, I grew up around a lot of other cultures. So I know this happens in Asian cultures for sure. And as well, Latino cultures when it comes to texture of hair, skin tone, and even facial features. It's just a big deal. It's like there's so much attention put on these things growing up. You hear adults talking about, good this, bad that, and always judging people's features and stuff like that. And it's just weird. I always thought it was weird, but I do realize that it does create these types of as you're saying here, complexes. Because what you end up doing is you're comparing to the general standard, right? But you're also, I think psychologically, what gives the most impact is the value you hold of the person speaking to the issues, right? So if you grew up in a household that didn't even speak about those things or speak on those things or give those views any value, you only saw them on television, you'd probably have less of a complex opposed to, say, growing up in a family that's constantly referring to these things or pointing these things out, speaking on these things, right? So it's like, say, a parent as an example. We look up to our parents. We value what our parents have to say. Our parents' values usually become our own values up until we're old enough to start to formulate our own. So it all depends on the household. Again, getting back to the importance of the family and the standards therein. But these are definitely what shapes our complexes, and they bleed out into the culture. We see them in the social media now today, as we used to see them back in the television and the Hollywood and the movies. A really good example of this is looking at foreign films, especially Asian films, and or look at what is it, like Mexican television. What is that big channel called? Telemundo. I mean, just look, you know what I mean? And you can see this type of washing of sorts. And it does create complexes, man. It creates markets too, right?
One last thing, and I'm gonna wrap on this one for my point is that I think black men have overcame the hair complex, because pre-70s we were frying our hair just like women were frying their hair. You know what I'm saying? With the comp. But I think after the 70s, black men, we were able to create an identity of black hair with the hairline and the fade and the box and the braids and all these different things. Whereas I think the black woman still hasn't found her lane with black hair yet for in the mainstream. And I think the weave was an attack on that and kind of derailed that. I think that was some psychological warfare that happened there. Because if you notice now, other men of other races are emulating black men hair with the hairline and the fades and everything else. I mean, you kind of got to have it now. So I'll wrap on that last point.
Very interesting, man. Any builds on that, or do you guys want to move on to this next clip?
I'll say one thing. When it comes to that kind of stuff, there's definitely nuance and subtlety, but any confidence on the flesh is going to lead to insecurity. There are women who have what other women think is good to have, and they're very insecure because vanity is a vacuum. It doesn't do anything for the need of the soul. If I'm gonna say it that way, it's vanity. You know, if you define vanity, at least from a biblical worldview, it means meaninglessness, emptiness. You know, it's just a covering. It's so superficial. And a lot of people are focusing so much on the external to deflect from the fact that they don't have transcendent meaning and purpose for life. And anything on your external won't help you with that. It's like when people think that becoming wealthy is going to help them in life, but then you realize the suicide rates are highest among the wealthy. It's kind of like this delusion of the world kind of propaganda, promoting so much wealth and vanity and catering to the fleshly nature of people to deflect from their lack of soul connection with the soul, with our Creator, with God. And that's why it's really a spiritual solution to all of these problems that manifest on the outside. It's always spiritual. So I just wanted to throw that caveat in there.
Absolutely. Don, any word on that, or you want to move on?
I just got a quick thing to say about that. It talks about scripture. In scripture, it talks about in 1 Corinthians 11, for example, it talks about the women's long hair is a glory to her. And I think what the rulers do is that they tap into these deep things, and in secular terminology, we could say like archetypes. They tap into these deep things about humans, and for women, hair is one of those things. It's very deep in them. It's their glory, and the men, it's a part of their beauty to us, and so it means a lot to them. And so when I see or just listening to you guys speak and seeing the clips and things like that, and I'm thinking about the fraternity, the sorority that Kamala is a part of, comes out of the whole tradition of women, in order to be initiated, in order to be honored to gain the possibility to be even initiated. You know, brush was stuck into a wall, and the women had to pass underneath the brush, and if their hair got caught up in the brush, then they were not going to be honored with the possibility of even being initiated into AKA.
Fascinating. I wasn't aware of that history. Wow.
Yes. So, you know, this is something that's very deep into the archetype of blackness. And you know, even just to see the clip at the beginning when a woman, she swung her hair, you know, I'm just like, man, this is some deep symbolism. This is some deep messaging to the black women. And it's just so, it saddens me, because it's like, this is what we're going to be boiled down to, you know. Man, I want to hear Kamala talking about some policy, man. I don't care what her hair looks like. This is a slap in my face to see this boil down to her hair. Like, are you kidding me? But this is the level that we're at. This is the level that people respond to. They're kind of giving us what we want, because what we want is to be accepted, is to be looked at in a way that's, we want to be loved, and all these things that boil down back to what Hope said about vanity. And so it's just a huge distraction. Again, I'm just watching from the bleachers as a spectator as this election season gets going. But man, it is something to see. It's I hate to see that it has come to this, because the sisters that were fighting back, the Fannie Lou Hamers and things like that, they could care less about some hair, because they understood the stakes and how high the stakes were. And we don't see that the sisters are being reminded of women like that. And that's just a huge affront to what this means, what they fought for. It's just a huge distraction. So yeah, that's it. I'm gonna just let you roll with it.
Well
Dave.
said, man. Absolutely. Shout out.
I just gotta make one more point that it's not about hair. It's not. I have 3 daughters. I grew up in, you know what I'm saying, with cousins. It's not about the hair. It's about the shared experience for caring for black hair for women. It can be a traumatic experience for them. The combing, the ripping, you know what I'm saying? The being shamed, all this bad hair. You know what I'm saying? Like you were saying, Days, this is good hair. This is bad hair. So what they're doing is, it's a form of identifying with each other, that you had a shared struggle like I had a shared struggle. That's what, it's not about the hair or the style and none of that. I don't want to conflate that to just something trivial like that. It's the fact that you shared that struggle that I had. And that's why I say it's a huge fail for her, and a misstep, because she didn't get it. It's like they're saying, oh, you didn't get to sit down and pop with the comb and the blue grease on the back of the hand, you know what I'm saying, while your mom is combing your hair, you know what I'm saying, and parting it and braiding it, you know, and your edges and all. That's why these edges are so important. It's a ritual. We can't look at it just as hair. It's a ritual that's involved, and it's almost a rite of passage that's involved. So I don't want to just make it about just hair. No. And every little black girl knows what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. This is deep. I'm gonna try to synthesize your points here, okay? Because I think you're both speaking some serious truth here. Now, clearly I agree. It isn't about hair. It's, as you said, it's an identification, right? It's a type of honor system, almost a passage where it's like, are you one of us, right? I get that. Now, I'm going to try to synthesize that with Don's point, because I think it's important too. I think these are different levels of order. They're both very significant, right? But they're different levels of order. I believe the lower order is the physical aspect of this, the material. I think Don might be approaching it from a higher order, where he's addressing it in a more transcendent way, a way that has to do with more meaning that is outside of, say, the physical, right? So instead of us identifying based on material things, cultural based things, let's identify on ideas. Let's identify on a shared view of the world, of how man should be and do in a society. Let's come to some shared perspective on that. Now, the way I'm gonna synthesize it is, in order to get there, you got to go through what Mo was talking about. They're together, but this is where we're at. For us to get there, for us to get to this higher order of understanding of things, or looking at the world and addressing policy, before we even can get to that point of addressing policy, first we got to identify at this lower order, right? You see what I'm trying to get at here?
Yeah,
so
I see.
It's not that it's not here, and it's not that it's basically. I'm seeing both of your points work together, actually, and I will add this. I wish it didn't have to be the case. And I think this might be what you're kind of speaking to, Don. I wish this didn't have to be the case, that these are the issues that we set as standards to, or judgment, or say grounds for acceptance. But at the same time, they are cultural, whether they be superficial or not. They're cultural. They're real experiences that we all deal with as children that shape who we become as adults, that I believe stands as a block of sorts to get to this next higher order idea of ideals and politics. It's this very funny dance between like more, I guess, material-based cultural experiences and higher order ideas and philosophy, right?
Yeah, and I think Don understood what I was saying, and I understood what Don was saying. I was speaking more to people that might be conflating it just to hair. No, it's not. Because Don, he, I'm sure Don grew up around cousins, and I don't know if you got a sister or not, that witnessed this experience. But at the same time, I agree with Don. It should be about what's in the head, not what's on the head. I totally agree with that point. But we see this even with white men when they go, let's go deer hunting before we can talk politics. Or let's go, it was saying it's this virtue signaling that has to go on. And like I said, or you're one of us, or you're not one of us. You're an outsider. You're not an outsider. So I just want to make that point. And just one last point. That's why J.D. Vance had to grow a beard to give the appearance. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of y'all. I'm back home in Kentucky.
Very good. Very good. Because if he came up here with a bald face, he would have got all types of flack. Interesting. Yeah.
Yes.
Interesting. Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, very interesting.
Oh yeah, like I totally understand where Mo is coming from. It's like what he was saying. It's not about the hair, but then again, it is on another level, because what Mo was talking about was like that trauma bonding around hair. But see, you see that the hair is like there. That's the core of the thing around which the trauma bonding takes place. That has the social engineering utility. So that's what I'm saying, and that's what I think that he's touching on too. But I don't want to get wrapped up in that. But it's just my whole point was just to say, where is the policy?
I like this idea of it being an angle of social engineering. That's key. Yes, continue. Sorry.
No. You good. I'm just saying that. See how we've gotten away in the political discourse about policy, and everything is just going back down to the superficial, which is what the rulers of America did at the beginning with the creation of whiteness. It wasn't about, you know, how are we being treated as workers or things like that? Are we getting our fair share? You know, no, it's about, you know, what you look like. Who is that we seen you with last night? Those sorts of things, that soap opera type of stuff, you know, instead of who am I, you know, as a child of God in this supposedly Christian country. You know, it's not about that anymore. It's about the superficial. And so I just want to bring that out of how we just keep being played by the superficial, which, what is that? That's vanity, which is a distraction. So that's all I'm saying.
And I say this to say that these people that's concocting these scenarios fully understand how to manipulate us. That's what I don't want to be missed, is that they understand the hair, they understand the sister girl, they understand the Pavlovian response due to the matriarchy that we live in, for the most part in the Black communities. They understand all of this, and they're building and writing schemes to manipulate us from what Don is talking about, or talking about the real policies. It's like, no, we'll just give you showmanship and you'll be happy. So it's a full manipulation job. And this is why I like talking to y'all brothers, because each one of us, we're all in the same arena in different seats in the arena, and we're watching the same game. You know, it's just, we come at it from different viewpoints. So I think that you can't get this kind of experience many other places.
Yeah, and I'll add one quick thing. Like, the secular world is definitely going to weaponize appearances and superficial things because it wants to create these insecurities and low self-worth that, you know, the secular worldview leaves you with, because they want to fill it with their delusions and with their imaginations. You know, they want to sell people cultural identity. So they have to distort, you know, anything that, you know, people define themselves outside of culture. So like, if you know, when people were raised in their families, as long as they're accepted by their mother and father and were raised up to be in the value system of their parents, that was sufficient. But they are dismantling that foundation so that people don't have a sense of security as children, because if your parents are not instilling within you from a value system or a worldview that they are raising you in, that, you know, kind of gives you what you need to understand who you are. That should come from your parents at a critical age. But because families are almost non-existent, at least in the practical sense, kids are growing up with all kinds of insecurities that, you know, play into social engineering and the vanity of the world, and they're looking to idols and media to tell them what's beautiful. And they're not looking at beauty through any other lens other than media, propaganda, and people. They're being, you know, posted through images and such. And that keeps people very empty and dead inside, because they want people to want to be like the people they're propping up, because that's the best way to preach, to promote conformity and to gain compromise and integration, is that you get people who are seeking value. And you say, well, this is a person who has value, and if you do what they do, you're going to have value. And that's kind of the grand scheme of this whole thing. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Absolutely, man. And let's be real. I'm not sure exactly who that woman was, but what we're seeing here is a type of socio-political drive or movement to incorporate or influence more Black women into this political realm of pro-Harris. So
that's Keke Palmer.
Oh, that's Keke Palmer. Okay,
that's Keke Palmer, which holds weight. That's what I'm saying.
She's huge. She's very famous. Honestly,
yes.
I've never watched her work. I've only heard a lot about her. I don't even know what she looked like. So okay,
yeah. And what I mean by that is that's the one that was with Usher and
yes,
the Keela and the Bee. We saw her grow up, and she's the epitome of Black woman. If you trust me. These characters on this stage are world placed, and they're doing the job. The fact that we talked about it for almost 3 hours now. I mean, They're doing their job.
It's
100%.
It's true.
Yes.
So I was basically what I'm saying is if they're trying to entice or influence black women, it would make sense why they would go that Pavlovian route of sticking it right where it's hot, which is the hair. So it makes sense, it definitely makes sense. But at the same time, it's like, I like this Pavlovian idea because it is a type of engineering. It's like, let's just keep things on this level, right? So check this out. I got this clip here, which is rather interesting, coming from a different perspective. Check this one out.
So let me get this right. So prior to Kamala, announcing her running, y'all were talking about how black people get unfair treatment when it comes to the justice system, how we get locked up and we get these lengthy sentences for no reason. Y'all were talking about prison reform and police reform and all of these different things because of the fact that we have unfair treatment when it comes to the law and the justice system. And they lock us up for no reason, or they try to keep us behind bars, or they, pad cases so that these people can be convicted of higher crimes or whatever the case is. But now all of a sudden that she's running, now those people deserve it. Now it's if she locked your daddy up, he probably deserved it. If she locked your uncle up, it's probably because he deserved it. How did y'all switch so fast? How do y'all switch so fast? It's like they literally are telling you what to think. They're telling you how to feel. You're not thinking for yourself at all. You're not standing on nothing that you felt or said prior to. You just going with whatever flow, whatever direction they point you in, you're going with that. And got the nerve to basically tell your people to kiss your ass while doing all of that. It's so crazy to me. Like, 1 minute y'all all for prison reform and making sure that we are getting fair treatment when it comes to the justice system, and then now it's fuck all of that. Them people probably deserve to be locked up. Y'all scare me. Y'all scare me more than they do, because y'all the same color as me, and that's even more scary because I can't tell you motherfuckers apart. These are scary times we living in. The way that y'all can flip flop at the drop of a hat, very weird.
Very weird indeed. But I'm riding with her on that, man. What say y'all? Interesting, right?
More of the inversion and the confusion. We have the party of defund the police is now riding with the police. And we have the party of law and order riding with the criminal.
Wow.
Convict the criminal. I mean, you can't make this up. And it goes to show you nobody's standing on principle anymore.
Yeah, it's all cultural conditioning.
Huh?
I was saying it's all cultural conditioning.
Yeah, and that's what made Trump popular is the fact we caught cases. He's the epitome of the two-tier justice system now.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing I'm thinking about is, wasn't Kamala the prosecutor in California that was doing things that the people in California was saying that this is oppressive? I mean, I think Days can speak to that, being a Californian, but I'm just like, I think what she is responding to is some of the online sentiment being put out by people that she think are black men or things like that. And it's like that cohort of black men, they're so propagandized by things that are put out by the right wing. A lot of them are just parroting what is put out on the right. They don't even understand Kamala's history. It's just like everybody's just being played. This is just a huge trick bag.
Have you guys seen these? Man, I should have pulled them for this show. I got a bunch of them. Maybe I'll return to it as this unfolds, and they'll probably come in handy. But I have a bunch of clips of black, quote unquote, Democratic men. I know you've had to see these, Mo, because they're going wild on Twitter. But they're posting these little videos, these TikToks, where it's shaming black men for voting for Trump. Have you seen these? Have any of you seen these?
I have.
They're shaming black men. They're saying these are the 5 things you are if you vote for Trump. You're weak, you're lame, you're low IQ. It's like, whoa. And these things are going super viral. I've seen a handful of them. It's actually kind of weird. It's like, wait, so we're shaming each other now to vote on politics? We're not making arguments, right? We're not addressing policy. We're just straight up shaming you and saying if you're voting for Trump, you're a racist, you're a self-hating black, all of this stuff. Y'all,
Oh yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Have you seen these, Mo?
Yes, I have seen these, and this goes to show you that the black Republican, it has to be closeted in their own families. This is Democrat is part of identity with blackness in America. It just is what it is. You will come out as being alternative lifestyle before you come out as a Republican prior to this election.
People look at me funny in the public when I speak to anybody about politics, and I tell them that, I'm pretty much apolitical, but if anything, I'm an independent. And they look at me weird.
Like, now try saying you're Republican.
It'd probably be even worse. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's like, I have to be a Democrat. You're not Democrat?
Yeah, I'm definitely set free from all that because you got to have. I developed thick skin because I don't care if people look at me weird anymore. I mean, it's kind of like when you are a biblical Christian versus this cultural unbiblical counterfeit that's being promoted. It's the same thing. It kind of prepared me for being ostracized by the world. So it's in the sense I expect it. I expect, I avoid these conversations whenever possible. And when I'm kind of in the conversation, and depending on if the person is open to hearing another view, I will engage and, represent that I'm coming from a biblical worldview, where I can input my ideas about politics, but I don't vote through politics. So I can kind of do that, but I'm kind of thick-skinned about it. It's like to the point where I let people do whatever. They look at my face and how I just don't care, and they move on. Because that's just how I be about it.
But politics is part of people's identity now, more so than anything else. That's why you see a lot of people on TikTok, they went over to wearing the red hat. Not because they believe in the policies or anything else. It's because this is a cool identity now. It's the counterculture, to the normal culture or the mainstream culture. So politics is more like a sports team.
Yes.
You ask a person, they have an Eagles jersey on or a 49er jersey. They don't even understand the game of football. But it's like, it's wear your jersey to work day, and I had to wear a jersey, so I'll fit in. This is kind of what politics has become.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and one of the things I noticed is like that cult aspect of it. Like going back to the football analogy, coming from a place where, if you don't like the football team, people are looking at you like you crazy, and it's just amazing. And just I've seen the right wing cult. I've seen the left wing cult, and I'm talking about in situations where this is networking. You might be able to get a job. I was told in Alabama, the bumper stickers that you have on your car could determine whether or not you got a job the next day. Because if your manager walk past your vehicle and see a certain bumper sticker, then you might get the pink slip, the 2-week notice. And being in Georgia, in a blue city, talking to people about politics and seeing other people around ear hustling, getting angry because I don't agree with I don't toe the line of a certain party, to where I'm thinking, man, is it gonna get physical in here? Like, that's how serious it is. It's just like when I went to outside the country, I was talking to a person that was serving me some food, and I asked them about the politics. And before this person felt comfortable talking to me, they looked around to make sure nobody was listening. And then they told me about their feelings. And I'm like, that's how it is in my country. Now, I was visiting a so-called third world country, but that's how it is in my country. You could not get hired because you don't hold to the same views as the person hiring. That's totally like illegal. But it happens every day in this country. And that's just how it is. These things have devolved into cults. So just like we got the mystery cult of AKA that devolves into the ancient Greek mystery cults, we got the cult of Caesar today in 21st century United States. That if you don't adhere to the cult, this particular school of Caesar, hey man, you might not be able to get a job. That's how crazy it is right now.
Yeah, it's this like in-group membership kind of thing, or in sociology, what we call collective behavior, opposed to group behavior. Group behavior is more solid. It has a stronger bond. It's rooted in history. It tends to have more connections, right? Collective behavior is what you would see, say, during a riot after a soccer game, right? Or say, what you would see in any type of outbreak of violence in any kind of scenario, or what you would see in a concert, how everyone behaves similarly towards, say, a musician on stage, right? This collective behavior where we're all drawn to some particular thing, whether it be an artist, an athlete, or a politician. We're drawn to them for very independent or personal, ego-based reasons, but we're doing it collectively. That creates a movement inherently. It creates a movement because you're not just by yourself. You're with a group. So I look at politics this way, where it is a type of massive collective behavior, where we're all acting like an entity of sorts, right? Like an egregore. So democratic progressive politics are an egregore of their own, just like conservatism and republicanism is an egregore of its own. And what we're seeing is this battle between egregores. If we think of an egregore, which is like a spirit or a thought form, right? It's like an idea. It's an idea that has an effect on populations such that it creates movements, right? So what we have here is these two egregores battling, and all of the people are under the spiritual influence, the influence of these egregores. So they're not even thinking, they're not acting on their own volition. They're just kind of adhering to this movement, and it's fascinating to see. And that, at least that's one way I look at this, because I see how people adhere to these sides, and it's like what is it? Vote blue no matter what, or vote blue no matter who, or whatever. And it's just crazy to me. But this is where we're at with it.
I'll add to what you said. I'll just say this is a very cleverly engineered society, to the point where you definitely understand there's some spiritual entities puppeteering this stuff. Like, if you think about even the colors red and blue, it's the reason why police vehicles use red and blue. It does something to your brain. There's nothing is by coincidence. It's all working some kind of psychological, subversive, or subliminal manipulation. Even like sports teams. I love sports, right? We're men. We love the competitive nature, but there's something about the tribal instincts of the colors that these teams have, their mascots. It all leaves an impression psychologically on you, where people have a sense of worship. This with teams. Like, I've seen people really go to fist fight over sports teams, and it's supposed to be just fun, but people are so spiritually vested in these things through conditioning. And all of this is by design. It's like even going to the Super Bowl, we know about the halftime and what that is representing, and everything is cleverly engineered to where people are actually in a form of worship. I would say even politics is more, yes, I think a sports team is more real because it's really more entertainment for people who are not brain dead, you just see it as like, it's not real. It's just entertainment. But to the people who are vested in it, it's real. Like they really think that these people have this inherent caring about them. That when they go home, your favorite politician is thinking about you and thinking about whether you have food in your refrigerator and not just counting their money and driving their fancy cars and living in their luxury mansions and stuff. It's like there's some kind of delusion going on. And because, I mean, this is always, I don't know what happened, where the schism happened, where, like I said before, everybody knew that Caesar was a tyrant. Nobody expected Caesar would care about poor people, and he cared about these individuals. Everybody knew you better be nice and get out of his way or he'll feed you to a lion. But now it's like people think that these people care about them, that, you know, these sides on both extremes. It's like, you know, I hear a lot of this term is probably trending, the lesser of two evils. But it's both sides are completely evil. Just one is trying to disguise itself a little bit better. There's not even a lesser evil. There's no such thing as a lesser evil. Just one that's disguising itself just a little bit better to people who can't see the delusion. So it's almost like, which lie caters to your ego? Which lie caters to your pride? The lie that this person is going to help the poor, or this lie that this person is going to make everybody wealthy? They're both lies, but which lie makes you feel good? And which person do you hate the more? Do you hate this person who represents, you know, like a lot of people, I hear people how they say about the Make America Great Again. A lot of people say, what you mean again? That's division. It depends on your ethnicity. If it's like, well, it's never been great for us, what do you mean? You know, that they did that on purpose. It's not, you know, people think, oh, the time when what? Because if you go by secular history, everybody's past wasn't really a good past.
Yeah, that's a good point. As if it was set up to create division just in the mantra itself. That's a good one.
Yes, it is, because think about the psychological effects. Every time you hear "Make America Great Again," depending on who you are, that has a different meaning. It just does.
Shout out to Daniel. Shout out to Daniel Luna. He says, "Dave's real question here. Given the dead internet theory, what percent of your chat so you think is real? I think that 70% of online interaction is bots or sock accounts." Great question. Me and Hulk in the background, I've been working on the dead internet theory, just throwing around ideas. I've been working on a video. He's been doing research, so that's pretty timely right there. That's why I wanted to address it. It's a really interesting topic, man. We're actually going to do some talks on dead internet theory. But it's hard to say, man. You know, if we're thinking of percentages, that's very difficult to say. I think you're probably correct referring to the whole internet. I think you're probably right, honestly. But as far as the chat and YouTube, I couldn't even say. I would probably say 70% is real, and possibly 30% is bots, because it's hard to really know. But you definitely can tell through interaction. And the types of bots that they use in chats are pretty primitive. They're not like ChatGPT, you know what I'm saying? So they're pretty easy to pick out just based on the way they communicate. But that's a really interesting question. It's a little off topic, but I appreciate that because it's something we're working on. Anyhow, let's talk about Trump and Kamala. Is this really going to happen? I have a couple more clips here. What the heck is going on? Is this really going to happen? Are we really going to see Kamala Harris running for president against Donald Trump?
Before we say that, is it important? Should we say, and I hate to say this, is Biden going to make it to the election?
I don't think so, man. I'm going to just say that right now.
Because they're already kind of putting it out there that something may happen.
I'm under the impression that he's been gone, and what we've been seeing is probably some type of, like, I don't know, either stand-in or clone or robot. I don't know, bro. At this point, I got all kind of wild ideas because people have been saying this forever. He's not going to make it through the term, right? Mm-hmm. And it's like it's kind of happening. I would not be surprised.
Think about this, and we're not saying this because I don't wish ill on nobody, and we don't even know what anybody is. But just speaking, if he didn't make it, does that de facto make Harris president before the election? And what does that do?
Yes.
So that would just throw everything off.
Well, they have a representative from South Carolina named Macy, And she raised the question that I had myself. She's a Republican. She said that if he's not capable of running the country in 4 months, how is he capable of running the country now? Which is, and she says she's going to put
the 25th Amendment, right?
Yeah, put a House resolution to do the 25th Amendment, which, to be honest, this is where I'm not a political, I don't have any dog. I have to say this because of what we just got through talking about, the triggering effect of people, oh, he's one side, he's the other side. I know y'all get it, but you had to put the disclaimer out there so people will hear you. If they do that, if somehow I would believe, if they say, okay, what I believe is going to happen, they remove Joe Biden around the time of the convention, which is in mid August, I believe. You have this huge coronation of Kamala Harris is the first female president. She broke the glass ceiling, and then you let her come into office. I'm saying if the Democrats want to win, this would be my recommendation for them.
Yes.
You let her have this. You maybe have a couple of things that she can look presidential, maybe a flare up in the Middle East or Ukraine. She comes off the jet with the fighter jacket on. It's all pageantry. But I mean, if you were around in 2008, 2009, you remember the Obama inauguration and how that was one big parade for like almost a week. This is what you'll have. Then if she takes that momentum, goes to all the HBCU homecomings, celebrated first Black president, it creates the whole illusion that we're with her, and then you could do what you got to do to win the election. And now you have a sitting president, historic. Now you make the claim, don't you want to keep this?
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
I like that, man.
For me, what I think about is what Mo just said. That would be something very similar to what happened in Britain, our little cousin / granddaddy, where you have an Indian guy that was not elected, that became the leader of Britain, and then was pushed out. I think that's possible for something similar to happen here in America, where you have someone of Indian descent that was not elected become the leader, and then they're pushed out.
Now let's speak on this here. Well, let me give a little additional visual perspective here. I have a clip speaking to the potential of Kamala winning. See what you guys think about this one.
Oh my God, I'm a mess. I'm in line to get coffee. Okay, Hillary lost. Kamala's going to win. Here's why. Number one, Trump was an unknown at the time that he ran against Hillary. We had not seen him as president yet, and so many people were like, yeah, let's give him a try. Let's take him out for a spin. See how he... And now we know he's an absolute nightmare. He's a bumbling fool, and he is a puppet for the extreme right. Number two, there are just too many people that could not stomach voting for Hillary Clinton. Here's the deal. She's an incredibly gifted politician. She has an amazing career. She's intelligent. She's smart. But people don't like her. They just don't. And there were too many people who said, I cannot in good conscience vote for Hillary Clinton. Kamala Harris does not have that baggage. In fact, she is the opposite of that, I think. I heard someone say that she has a lot of the charisma that Barack Obama had, that George W. Bush had. There's a little bit of kind of a folksy charm. She's easy to connect to. And I think that that's made a big difference as well. Number three, I talked about this in a previous video, and that is the powerhouse that is going to back her up, and that is Alpha Kappa Alpha, along with the Divine Nine, who are already organizing and are going to be working tirelessly every day to get her elected. Do not underestimate the power of what they are going to pull off and what they've already done so far. It's outrageous. It's amazing. It's incredible. And then the last thing that I think is critical here, there's two more things. Number four, there was no Project 2025. So we now have the Heritage Foundation who's just saying it all out loud. They're like, yes, we love Christian nationalism. We absolutely want a dictator who will enforce our version of Christian nationalism. And let us go ahead and publish this document online where you can read about how we are going to systematically take away all of your rights unless you agree with us on everything. And then the last thing is I'm going to put these as a pair, and that is Gen Z and TikTok. I'm telling you, this fall out of a coconut tree is going to get her elected. It just freaking is. Gen Z is fired up and excited. As long as they register and go to the polls, they are going to be another formidable force that is going to help get her elected. We did not have TikTok when Hillary Clinton was running against Trump the first time. We do now. Oh, I want to add one more thing. There will now be such a stark contrast of Trump's age and condition now that we have the beautiful, the young, the vibrant Kamala Harris running against him. He looks like he's melting in real time. His cognitive decline is obvious. So she's going to win, y'all. Let's do this.
Now, the reason we're playing this is because this is a perspective from the left, from the progressive or democratic left, towards a perspective of Kamala, a perspective of Trump, and some of their views towards how this is going to play out. It's always important to look at the other side and see what their ideas are and what they're throwing around. And it's absolutely ridiculous. But at the same time, it's interesting, the point she's making, right? Especially the Gen Z point, the Divine Nine sorority point, right? This whole movement there, which is social engineering. That's what they're doing, right? The Divine Nine, the whole sorority for fraternal orders, right? Gen Z, TikTok. We got Swift. We got Beyonce going to help out with that, and all of Hollywood, right? Interesting, very interesting. Now, again, from my view, this is all going to be set up to have some particular outcome. How are they going to pull this off? I have no idea. I really like what Mo was saying, but just listening to that and considering the fact that they could very easily set this up for Kamala to win. Could you imagine the level of chaos if Kamala Harris became president of the United States? I mean, if chaos is what they want, I don't know. What do you guys say? I thought it was an interesting clip. I love looking at the other side to see what thoughts they're throwing around. What do you guys say?
Chaos, demoralizing, especially if they do some kind of chicanery allegedly 2 times in a row. That will really demoralize the right. They don't really have a next person up. There'll be a party in flux. And I can see the military industrial complex saying, we know what? If war is big business, Kamala Harris gives us way more latitude than Trump, because she'll be the smiling sitcom mom dropping bombs. Shouts out to Unplugging with the Rhyme. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, she laughing, cackling, and the drones are flying, and nobody will look, because remember it was Obama went on an apology tour, and when he got back, it was wide open with the military industrial complex. So I could see them putting her into place to, because she, like I said, she has way more latitude. And I'll make one final point. Days you were around in the truth streets when Agenda 21 was out, right? This Project 25 is nothing but Agenda 21 for the right as far as propagandizing,
absolutely,
and fear mongering.
I've done a couple shows on the Project 2025, and that's pretty much what I was getting at. I was getting at it's going to be a way to throw Christianity under the bus, baby with the bathwater. But it's also a way to introduce a lot of technocratic futures and technological directions to the Christian base, because in that it's all about AI. When you look at the tech stuff, it's all about AI, it's all about techno-optimism, and it's all about techno-nationalism. So when you read the documents, what you discover is they're merging this type of nominal pseudo-Christianity, this Christian, what is it, like like this very religious kind of Christianity. It's not biblical, right? It's this pseudo Christianity merging with this future tech. So it's being built up as a very divisive thing, as she mentioned there. This is what's going to drive a wedge between the left and the right, is this whole Christian angle. Now, one thing I find rather interesting, we'll see how this plays out. Trump has just recently, and I was a bit surprised by this, he recently disavowed Project 2025. That was a move I wasn't expecting. Maybe it's a bit too Christian for him.
So you mean that's different from him saying he didn't know, he disavowed it?
Well, that's at least that's what I read. I didn't hear it from his mouth, so that possibly could be the case, because it's always misrepresenting. But
I don't think it matters though, because what I'm getting at is nobody's going to read it. very people going to. Remember in the Truth or Streets, everything was Agenda 21. Nobody read Agenda 21. They just blamed everything on Agenda 21. You know, as a fear, like it's just a fear tactic. That's what the effect is being had on the left with this Project 25. It's like we're all going to be in Walmarts, you know, that kind of thing, rounded up and taking the abandoned Walmarts, you know, that kind of fear mongering. That's exactly. Say what? Yeah, that's
Jade,
exactly how they're using this.
Yeah, Jade Helm. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Right. That's exactly how they're using this on the left now. Of you, Project 25. You know what I'm saying? They should just call it Project 25. If I was giving them advice, call it Project 25. I mean, because just take the 2025 off of it. Because Agenda 21, I remember in those streets, they blame everything on Agenda 21, which it was a problem. It was a problem. Don't get me wrong.
It still is, but there's more to it. Yeah.
Yeah, but when you said it, it was like, oh yeah, it's coming. It's coming for you. You know, I think it's going to be the same thing, and I think that's going to be a motivating factor because nobody's going to read it. So it's just going to be what they fear, which we were going to talk about before. You're just going to put all your fears on that Project 2025.
Bro, have you seen the Democratic response on Twitter to that? They're all freaking out, and I'm sure you've seen this. It's all about 2020, Project 2025, guys. This is it, man. We got to make sure Trump doesn't win. It's crazy, and you see the op, like you can tell. It's like, oh, this is a straight op here, because of the way it's dividing. And I saw someone, I can't remember who it was. It was just in passing, but it was such a great tweet. He was like. Speaking of project or Agenda 2021, he was like, all of you guys are so quick to completely dismiss and disregard Agenda 21, but you're all afraid of Agenda 2025. I thought that was pretty funny because it's true. It's true.
You know what's interesting is that I heard that they were rewriting the Scandemic Treaty, right? Why everybody's not talking about this. And what if this Project 2025 is like, they know that, you know, the world's already been divided into districts. And, you know, this whole sovereign nation thing is kind of like, it's just a facade at this point with the one world government, all this stuff being established. And they know the totalitarian kind of regime is already kind of established. And so they're using like, 2020 Project 2025 is kind of like a, what do you call it? Not as a scapegoat or some kind of fall thing where it takes it's kind of like a cover,
like a fall guy.
Yeah. They know that they know what's coming down the pike. It's like when we first heard the Great Reset, people didn't think it was real, and then we started seeing that nobody really knew about the Great Reset economic forum on a large scale. Until things started playing and falling into place, then we like, oh, this is some real stuff. And then people started, I didn't know, I know Dave started doing the research and I started looking into all this stuff. I'm like, whoa. But when I first heard Great Reset, it was almost like conspiratorial. It wasn't really something people were taking seriously until like everything fell into place. And I think Project 2025 is kind of like the same thing.
Yeah, red herring. There we go.
Yeah, something like that, because it's a lot of stuff that's still happening. You know, it is a scare tactic. I totally agree with that. But I think that these people are moving so many things at so many different times. It's like people have just put a lot of stuff on the shelf that's still in active play. they put it on the shelf. They didn't think, okay, what about, this scandemic treaty that's being rewritten? What that all these people that I'm not even going to say their name, but all these people are still controlling all nations with. This is something bigger than the United States, controlling nations, and their leaders are their leaders have already colluded to this scandemic treaty. It's already part of NATO, UN, whatever. It's already done in their mind. So it's like, I think it's so many things coming down the pike. They got to kind of temper and condition people to like have it in their mind and scare them. It's almost like when they did with the Event 201 scenarios and all that other stuff. It's like they want to condition it in you. So when the stuff starts rolling out, it's kind of like the shock value has already been there. You've been scared out of your mind. So when they hit you, just kind of like, oh, it's like you said, Agenda 21. It was, now people talk about it like, it's Agenda 21. We're already there. It's like the sensation is gone.
It's turned into so many different projects is what it is. It's kind of been contracted out to all of these big tech companies. So now it's no longer this big scary agenda based on some governmental force. It's now been privatized, and it's being rolled out incrementally from different directions by way of big tech.
Well said. I couldn't have said it better. It's like rebranded and under, like you say, these small agendas. And it's like, we don't think of it in the macro anymore. We just see these little small things impacting our lives. And people just don't, the big scary monster is gone from a lot of people's heads. It's like, well, and Project 2025 is just like one of the little small monsters that kind of, like you say, detracts away from the Agenda 20, because people remember it says Agenda 2030. That's right around the corner.
Yeah, and also you got to consider like the Project 2025, when you actually read it, it's extremely insular, right? It's not addressing the entire nation. It doesn't address the heterogeneity of our culture, so-called. It is extremely insular. It's coming from a very Christian view, right? And it's also coming from a very particular type of republicanism, or should we say conservatism. Because if we look at conservatism today, it's splintered in several groups, especially now with this new conservative libertarian movement by way of Musk and Thiel. So what we have is this kind of old republicanism, older, we'll say, maybe aristocratic or old, let's say old world republicanism of, I guess, the Bush era, etc., that tends to, and what you were saying earlier, Mo, about, or no, I think that was you, Don. You were mentioning like, what is that group? Darn it, they're organized with the Ku Klux Klan. A lot of these
Christian nationalism,
this
dominionism.
Yes, this old Christian nationalism. But what's the name of that other group? Goodness gracious, I did a whole video on this.
The New Apostolic Reformation.
Is it? It's no, it's. Gosh, I can't stand when this happens. It's like the conservative. It's a conservative political movement that goes pretty far back. They had loose connections to the KKK. James something. Anyways, so there's this kind of old
John Birch Society.
John Birch. There we go. Damn. There we go. There we go, man. So John Birch Society, right? You have this kind of old traditional Christian, so-called conservative John Birch Society kind of republicanism. Then you have this new, younger, more libertarian kind of conservatism. And then you have this like Nick Fuentes paleo conservatism, right? So you have these different conservative fronts right now that are all battling. Thank you guys in the chat. Daniel, thank you, man. Thank you, Speak Uneasy. Yes, Susie, you guys got it. You guys knew exactly where I was going. So really, when we want to talk about conservatism and Republican Party, we can't look at it like it's just one monolith. It's actually very splintered, and they're in a sense at war. And this is good for those controlling politics because they get to even divide the right. right? So, and not to mention, you do have this very extreme, quote unquote, extreme far right that tends to lean into the Nazism, Nietzscheism. It's like a Nietzschean, Nazi, identitarian, white nationalist kind of right? So you have that going on. You have the old school John Birch type of conservatives, old money, and then you have this kind of new money libertarian conservatives, Johnny come lately conservatives like the Musk and Thiel, and then of course you have these almost Burkean conservatives that are trying to get back to the conservative brass tacks, which I kind of lean towards, right? I lean much more towards a paleo type of conservative view. I'm a social conservative. I'm not necessarily political, but if I were to look at anything as somewhat reasonable, I definitely would go towards the paleo route. But anyhow, that's a different group. So all of these groups are in a sense operating at once. So when you look at Project 2025, that's the Heritage Foundation, I believe. Is it Institute Foundation? I'm getting mixed up with the
the Heritage Foundation.
Heritage Foundation. Okay, I'm thinking of the Hillsdale Institute because they're another one of these conservative groups. So really, when you look at Project 2025, that's coming from that more older John Birch society, more Christian right. Okay, that's not necessarily coming from the Thiel or Muskian libertarian new right, technocratic new right, and it's definitely not in line with this almost atheist or pantheist Nietzschean right. So if we're going to get really deep into it, there's a whole lot of moving parts when we look at the conservative movement or the right so-called, and it's just an interesting dynamic. So when we look at it full scope, the Project 2025 isn't really that strong. That's why I look at it as this is a big op, because it's not going to stick. There's too many aspects of conservatism and the right that aren't on board with this kind of Christian thing. Right. So
yeah, I agree with you that it's a op on a smaller scale than the 2030, but I see that as a op too. Like for me, the 2025 is a certain segment, like you said. Now that segment does have a lot of political capital, and they also within that group you start to find groups, people that are very much willing to enact violence to see that their views are upheld. So we get into like 2025, that document and Kamala and things like that. Part of the reason why I don't think that Kamala is going to be the president as far as in 2025. Now, I do think she could be the president during this year, but not next year, is because in order to remove Trump, I think there's got to be something major like what was attempted a few weeks ago, and something major like that happens. I don't think anything is going to be like it is right now today, where we're just sitting around talking, and tomorrow we'll be able to go to the grocery store and do our thing. And nah, man, if something happens to Trump, there are groups of people that will enact violence on a large scale.
Absolutely.
This is not going to be a game. So I think that as far as that goes, Kamala is out, because I don't think she can beat Trump as far as the issues and things like that go, and the public sentiment goes.
Like it would be hard to fake that, right? Is your point? It's like Trump has so much momentum and support. It would be very difficult, even if because it's all rigged, right? They could easily just, she wins, but to pull that off on the public would be crazy, because
that's what I'm saying about the black. It's like, you got to understand, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but you have to understand politics at this point. High black voter turnout equals Democrats win. This is the whole reason why they're pushing the black issue.
There we go. That's the tie-in.
That's it. That's all. High black voter turnout equals a Democrat win.
That's why they have to create this division. They have to create this. You're with us. You're black or you're not black, basically, right? Like
everything rides on this. Yes. This is why she's the candidate. This is why, honestly, if I was, if once again, I think they're going to go with an all black ticket with Wes Moore because he balances her out. He was military. He's a man, so that brings in the black men. So you got 2 all black ticket, and then if you lose, that sets him up with the political experience to run in 2028 because Trump is only going to be a one-term president. But I think it'll be just as demoralizing because, as you said, Days, Trump does have the momentum. Everybody expects Trump to win. If they do some funny work with the numbers and he's beat by an all-black ticket, that will cause the outrage and uprising that you're speaking to, Don, because he's expected to win.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, like, whether it's by the political route, we already have there's a precedent for people willing to do violence on the purely political. There was nothing that physically happened to Trump and there was violence. So on either way, I think that if Trump does not get elected, there's going to be violence. And so what I'm saying is that violence is going to throw off everything that we could imagine happening with a normal presidency. It's not going to be like, oh, the president's in place, Kamala and whoever she chooses, they're just going to, business as usual. Nah, it's not going to be business as usual. And I just don't see the country going that way because nobody can say what's going to be happening in 2025. Like, forget about an agenda 2025. Man, look, we might sit up here if that goes down. Like, where we gonna go get some food and like that's what we gonna be thinking about. We're not gonna think about stuff like some kind of big old political agenda. We trying to get something to eat for today. That's how bad things could get. So that's why I'm like, man, that's not gonna happen. I think that they'll try, but the Democrats, man, it's not like, I agree. I agree partly with what Mo said about the black vote, pulling the Democratic Party, but at the same time, there's this paternalistic aspect to it, the Democratic Party as well, where they have to pull in other people, and I just don't think they have what it takes, man, to overthrow what the momentum that Trump has, but
they got the machines.
Okay,
that's all that matters. I mean, let's be honest here, Dave, and you tell me if I'm speaking out of pocket. But do we think Biden got 82 million votes?
Hell no.
The way they pulled it off last time, of you go to bed, it was going one way, you wake up, it's going another way, and then we waited a whole month. I've never seen that in my life of watching politics.
Well,
that's why it was so demoralizing. So if they want to do it again, they done it in 60. You know what I'm saying? With Kennedy and Nixon. I mean, they'll do it. But like I said, they have to have the cover of it was a historical event.
Yeah,
women and black people.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, like, okay, if they did that, if they do that again, I'm just saying is that goes back to what I said before. There's gonna be some forget about January 6th at the Capitol. Like, think about all the capitals of all 50 states.
And you know who that works for though, Don? Because I'm not discrediting what you're saying. I'm actually agreeing with you. That'll rush things along to get things back to business as usual. Because the Uniparty wants to get rid of MAGA. Let's be very clear here. What Dave was talking about, all the factions of conservatism, they don't like MAGA. That's the wild card.
Yep.
They're trying to get rid of them as well. They want to get back to Bush politics, not Trump politics. You know, Trump is a wild card. He's not even supposed to be here. It was supposed to be Clinton versus Jeb Bush in 2016. So they're trying to get. So if it comes down to, like you said, they're getting upset and getting out of pocket, then you have the law and order black woman locking up MAGA. You know what I'm saying? Like it writes too well. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like The Watchmen. If you ever seen it on HBO, it's the same thing. You know, when they had that super ultra right uprising. I forgot what they called it. What would they call it? The squeeze, the octopus, octagon, or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I just think we give our rulers too much credit. You know, like with the WEF and all the things they're doing, and we think about, oh man, they got a plan for the world, but you see what's happening with other countries, like with the BRICS. They not listening to us.
This is true.
They done.
No.
So what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that with these groups, like if something happens and there's violence nationwide, there's not gonna be at that point the elites have run up against the wall, I think, of what the happy ending that they think that they can pull out of the hat. At that point, it's a wild card. We can't say, oh man, they just attacking all the capitals around the country. Well, in a couple of weeks, that'll be behind us, a new news story. Like, why does that have to be? Why can't it be, hey man, it's hit the fan. It's over with. Forget about all the plans they had.
No. Don,
just like in
Asia, disagree. They can F around and find out. They will be mopped up in a matter of weeks. Don't get it. We spend
okay, but that's it. But I'm just saying, like, it's all I'm saying is that is we can say this, but we've never encountered something like that. So all I'm saying,
from them before in 2020 they took the election from them, and in demoralizing fashion they didn't do nothing.
Listen,
they went to Washington and doo-dooed on the floor. I mean, come on, like for real.
Again, I said, what if the chaos is spread all over the country? Who says that it just has to be something local to some particular building? Like I said, man, there were groups that were ready to bring chaos if something would have happened to Trump. What would that chaos look like? We don't know.
Let me explain something to you, Don. That from my logic, so you understand what point I'm coming from. Peter Thiel and Palantir, I think is how you pronounce it.
Palantir,
they have Palantir, excuse me. They have all the defectors and domestic threats in a profile. They know who they are. Now, ain't that funny that the vice president for the Republicans, possible, you're saying is running for vice president, is Peter Thiel's boy? And they put him, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're going to get done dirty by their own side. I'm telling you. If you go back and look at the Oklahoma City event, you know what I'm saying? I got to be careful what I say. And what, you know what I'm saying, what happened to all this after Waco and all of that, bruh, this country is itching to mop them up. And they understand that. That's why they didn't come to January 6th with any arms. They know what's up. They talk a good game, but at the same time, they know the hammer will be dropped on them immediately. And when I say they, the establishment is itching for that. The Uniparty is itching for that because they are the eyesore of this country. They're walking them out on a limb to be sawed off so we can get back to business as usual.
I totally see where you're coming from. All I'm saying is that we give these rulers and rich people too much credit. Yes, they have war gamed everything. Yes, they have knowledge. But at the end of the day, they're not in control. So they're just as subject to the will of the Almighty true and living as we are. And all their planning and all their finagling could just come to nothing. So that's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, can we, like, in our thinking, can we, like, make space for the Creator to just say, I don't care nothing about what these folks think they finna do. It's not going according to anybody's plan. That's all I'm saying.
But who has dominion over this earth? See, this is what we got, and this is their father. I mean, we're gonna go.
This is deep, man. You're super deep. Yeah, keep going.
Who has dominion over the earth? Who has dominion over the earth?
Go for it.
So who's in control? That's what I'm saying.
Over the earth. I'm just asking you in the Bible, who has dominion over the earth?
The Creator of the heavens and the earth.
I don't think that's how it goes. Now,
okay.
No,
you saying the devil's got control?
What I'm saying is that's not a rhetorical question. I'm asking, from my understanding, the ruler of the air has dominion over earth.
All right. So
I can help y'all out with this one real quick.
Please help me. I mean, because like I said, I'm not saying that from a rhetorical standpoint.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
From my limited understanding standpoint, I'm asking this question.
I could put both of y'all together. Within God's sovereignty, the world is under judgment, that God is using Satan to judge the wickedness of the world. So the world has been turned over under the sovereignty of God to the God of this world, which is Satan. Doesn't mean that God is not in control. It's just the world, part of the world being in judgment, is that Satan has been loosed upon the earth.
Maybe that's me using the wrong word when I say control. He's been loosed upon. So their father is all about killing, stealing, and destroying.
Right. Okay. So put it like this then. Just like the Greek Empire fell and the Roman Empire fell, didn't they worship the fallen one in each of those societies, the Babylonian, the Egyptian? Yes, they did, but they still had to sit down and move and sit down according to what the Creator had in store for the earth. All I'm saying is that, yes, America is under judgment. And the plans that the rulers in the West have, you can look and see what's happening in Europe right now. They're falling off. But they're not the powerhouse that they used to be. So we can see these chess moves being made, but at the end of the day, God said there's going to be 10 kingdoms. So there's going to be 10 kingdoms. I don't care what the WEF says. They're not in control. That's all my point is. That's all I'm saying.
No, I agree with that.
But here's the thing. We're not. You brought up because you made a good point. You said that the kingdoms like Rome and stuff fall. You have to understand that they kind of want this place that we have to fall. It's in a controlled kind of way. They want it to pass away, because if you're going into this whole antichrist system, then that would explain the Great Reset. That would explain the engineered chaos and all this stuff. They want this to crumble away because they have something to replace it with. So in that situation, yeah, they could want the way we know now to fall away, but that just makes room for what's already, under judgment to be established. Because now this doesn't mean that we couldn't come to a period where, yeah, it could fall, and then, because we don't really know the timeline of this, any of this stuff specifically. So you still could be very right. It could fall away, and something could happen where we have a period of just, I don't know. No, I don't think normal is going to exist no more, but just, whatever, the period of not what we're in now before the next phase. So you both could be very right. I'm just saying that
there's elements of both that are true.
Yeah.
I want to be clear. I'm not saying Don is wrong, and I'm not saying I'm wrong. I think what we got to do is what comes first and what comes second. Because I think we're both saying true things, but definitely. I understand how this system of white supremacy work. and I see what happened in China, and I always point people out to say this. We had labs over there. They didn't have labs over here. Their country is caving in on itself right now. Look, go check it out. All those ghost cities they built, they're head and heel over debt right now, and they bought our debt. And you know what? We say, and when I say we, because I live in the United States and I pay render under the season what it is to the United States. The United States says, come collect on that debt. You're so bad. Because one thing about this nation, it has no problem with violence. This is how they rule. They put a good face on it, but at the end of the day, everything's backed up by violence, and they're willing to take it all the way there. Look how they talk to Putin. And they're poking him, you know what I'm saying? It's constantly poking him because they're willing to take it all the way there. That's what scares me.
They are willing to take it there. And here's the thing, you know, like the scripture talks about so many people being taken away by violence, by that horseman of death and war. Mm-hmm. Not death, that's a different one, but war. I'm just saying all I'm saying is that I am taking all the clout and stuff that's given to the rulers, the human flesh that gotta pass through the gates of death, just like me and you. What I'm doing is I'm taking that and I'm shifting it up so that, look, we don't understand how the mystery, like the scriptures talk about the mystery of iniquity. Mm-hmm. Like that's a mystery. Like that's beyond human. So all these people and all their little rituals and doing this and doing that, they don't understand. If they fall away, guess what? Another group. All the enemy has to do is just influence another group. What it talk about when when the kingdom comes, what does the enemy do after he's released? He comes and he engages people that never knew about all this foolishness and gets them riled up to continue the program. All I'm saying is that, bro, we, as far as America go, we don't know what's going to happen here. Will the enemy's program proceed? Yeah, because that's what God is allowing. But will it be like Klaus Schwab and them said it was going to be? No, we can't rely on their word. All we can do is rely on God's word and just say, hey, look, God, I got to be right with you because I can't rely on the hand of man because they going to let me down every time. That's all I'm saying, guys. That's all I'm saying. We
agree with you on that. We agree with you on that.
Everybody,
100%.
I hope everybody agrees with what you're saying.
100.
I mean, because I know I do. My thing is, I just understand these people don't believe in the God. They are their own God, and if you live your life like that, you have nothing to lose. You're playing with house money. It's like we're going to solve everything on this plane. This is why they build the machines, the killing machines they build. Just think about what they build. Things that can blow up the earth 4, 5, 10 times. What kind of person does that? Who does that?
For real.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's a sick person. And you want to play a game of chicken. And when it comes to other nations, when I'm speaking, I'm not speaking about the Most High, because the Most High, you know what I'm saying, can take care of this in a matter of seconds. When I'm talking about other nations, when it comes time, the rubber meet the road, they say, go for it. Do it. And every time everybody else backs down because they know what these people are capable of, because they are their own gods. This is why they believe in Nietzsche and everything. Their whole thing is like, we're our own gods.
Facts.
They're sick. Don't get me wrong. I'm not glorifying them. I'm just putting in proper context how sick they are.
Right.
This is an Ephesians approach, Ephesians approach.
Did you check out? I'm seeing something breaking about the Biden's. He gave his little speech.
I didn't get to catch it, man. Honestly,
yeah.
Shout out to Worm, man. Worm's in the building. Good to see you, bro. Yeah, I haven't. I didn't really get to catch it. It was as I was setting things up earlier. I think it was going live. I'm gonna have to check back on that.
Yeah, it just says Biden explains his decision to pass the torch in primetime address. And then, of course, Barack Obama tweeted, what did he say? What did he say? He said something about a sacred time in the country. He says, this sacred cause of this country is larger than any of us. Joe Biden has stayed true to these words again and again over a lifetime of service to the American people. So it's basically like, it's cringy and farewellish, I guess, as it is. But of course, they put whatever that is in the Oval Office to give us the view that he is indeed, still there. But, I don't go by what I see on these screens like everybody else. So.
It's hard to know for sure. But
I'm telling you, man, I hate to even think like this because I know this is old people's heads. What do you mean? I saw it on TV. I know it's real. I'm like, you watch movies all the time. You don't know what anything is real.
That ain't gonna work out for you very well, especially over the next several years. Having that kind of view, right? If it's on TV, it's real. But my whole thing, really going into this, man, taking all of your views into account, and I think you're all touching on some really important things. I'm looking at it like we are going to see an unprecedented event during this, whatever it is, because it's not going to be an election. I think both of you, Don and Mo, mentioned this. It's not going to be the typical election that we're used to. It's going to be something strange, and it's already being set up that way. And someone's probably going to guess it right, but at this point it's a guess because there's so many angles, so many plot twists that could possibly happen. All I think I know is that this thing is going to be very, very strange, and it might even be something that no one guesses, right?
Can I get my hot take right quick?
Please.
And this will be the last thing I say, I promise. I think the N-word tape is going to come out, and you might not even have Trump running by the time November comes.
Wow.
Because it's funny how they floated that thing out here all this time, and then the producer is now not under NDA anymore. So if you want a hot take, like I said, this is a what is it called? 1,000-to-1 odds. But if I could make that bet, because they did it with the other tape last time.
Yes.
When he was running against the woman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we all know that tape has been fed to exist. I'm not saying it exists. And we live in an era of deep fake where they could even deep fake it.
They just deep faked Biden.
Right. So I'm saying they can say, "Oh, this is the," and he can't come out and say yay or nay.
The one when he was, hey, Kamala, when she was like, Joe, we love you so much. That was so fake, man.
Man, with deepfakes, and this is why I tell people, the technology is such now that if you're just going by digital media, you cannot discern what's real and what's not just by looking at an image. You just can't do it. The technology that we have is not the technology that the government has. The government has they probably been perfecting this stuff long before it became commercialized. They can make stuff look as real as anything else. And I think we're seeing that now because none of this stuff even fits. It doesn't fit logically, consistently, in no way. Just like I told you these days that they intentionally make sure they catch every crazy thing that Joe Biden did because they wanted him to look incompetent. If they can censor us, they could filter out every bad clip, take, and everything they want. But they made sure all that stuff went viral. They made sure everybody saw every gaffe, every hesitancy, everything, every fall that Biden had. They made sure it went viral. They wanted people to think that.
Exactly. I love this idea, Mo. This would be, wow. You talking about a plot twist. Imagine the N-word tape. Trump N-word tape. It's going to turn everything backwards. All the new black voters that came out promoting big hard body Trump tough. Man, they're going to turn around right away. Could you imagine? And again, they could easily fake that. The level of AI right now, especially if it's a tape of just an audio. Imagine here, I got it pulled up right here. Let's look at this this recent clip when Biden was allegedly, laid up with the vid, and he calls in. Check this out. There's no way you're gonna get me to believe this is him speaking, man.
So good to hear our president's voice. Joe, I know you're still on the call, and
She was about to say recording. That's what people are saying, because people are saying this is a recording, but I don't. If it's a recording, it's AI.
it is so good to hear our president's voice. Joe, I know you're still on the call, and we've been talking every day. You guys heard it from Doug's voice. We love Joe and Jill. We really do. They truly are like family to us. And we do, everybody here does.
It's mutual.
I knew you were still there. You're not going anywhere, Joe.
I'm watching you, kid. I'm watching you, kid. I love you.
I love you, Joe.
I'm watching you, kid. I love you. Just the way he was. It was too cogent. It was just too smooth for that to be real, man. I don't know, man. I don't believe anything I see these days. People are saying basically that that was AI. I don't have the entire clip, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised for a second.
Like, okay, I heard what Mo said about the N-word tape. That would be crazy. But okay, so here's my thing. Just like we're sitting up here talking about AI, couldn't he just use that same excuse? Be like, hey, that's AI. I didn't do that.
But the people that want to believe it will believe it.
Right.
Oh yeah.
If you remember, like when the pow pow happened last week or so, the people that didn't want to believe it didn't believe it. You feel what I'm saying? Like, we live in a world where it doesn't matter what's true or not.
Mm-hmm.
It's
perception.
You know, can you present something? And the thing is, this tape, I'm just got to give the background why I brought this up. This tape has been floating around, the existence of it have been floating around since the 2016 election. But what happens is this dude named Bill Pruitt, NDA expired. His 20-year NDA expired. So they rolled this out in June. I was like, that's weird that this is cropping back up again. I'm just letting you know. And I sent Dave the clip. So I'm just saying,
I'm pulling it up right now.
Why are they like kind of predictive programming this thing, especially like I said, living in the AI age? They could easily whip this up, and the people that want to believe it. And that's the whole thing. I don't think, like I said, I would say it's more likely will be deep fake, but it doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah. I don't even know what to believe. I can't even tell you how, like, so much stuff is going on. I can't tell you that I have any definitive clue about what's going to happen in November or even October or even September or August. It's literally a day-to-day thing. Things are changing so fast. And just the way, like I was telling Days this today about Candace, you know, how Candace Owens promoted this notion that she literally just said it, like, is Joe Biden dead? It was like, to say something like that about a sitting president and have a large platform is crazy to me, you know. And then here it is, he makes his appearance out of nowhere, you know, just coincidentally, almost like responding to what she said. And this stuff, I don't believe in coincidences, you know, not the way everything is carefully engineered and orchestrated these days. There are no coincidences, and whatever room they give for things to happen is still planned. They give room for things to happen organically as well. That's part of the plan, you know. So
I'm gonna have to. I'm thinking along the lines of somebody in the chat. Mind and Muscle. Trump will probably get the N-word pass. I think that there's enough people in the black community behind Trump that if something like that would come out, they would be like, as long as he can make inflation go down, I don't care what he say.
There's a strong population that would do that or take that view. I agree. That's true. Because at this point, after Biden's economy, people are done. So it would be interesting, though.
It's about narrative. Tape drops, record vote turnout against the tape. crank the machines up. It explains away what happened. All I'm saying is this. If you're saying on a legit election who will win, Donald Trump, will the blue party play dirty games? We have to realize what's at stake here. There are 2 justices ready to retire in the next 4 years. They can't turn that over to the conservatives. Putting 2 more conservative justices on the court, you know how that changes the fabric of this country for the next 20, 30 years? So I'm just telling you what's at stake politically and how far they're willing to take it. Not to let it go there.
Fascinating. It's going to be so interesting. I pulled this clip here you sent me, former Apprentice producer. Trump caught on tape using N-word. Here, I'm gonna play this. This is from when? When was
this? Is from June of this year, because that's when the NDA ran out.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm saying it resurfaced. This isn't old news. It resurfaced back into the news cycle because now he's free to speak on it just in time for, you know what I'm saying, for the election.
Okay, let's see. Let's check it out.
And you write that you couldn't talk about this because of the NDA that you were under, and it was a 20-year NDA.
Well, let's talk about the NDA for a second. In my business, it can be 20 minutes and it's still religious because you're held to this agreement for very strict principles in reality TV. We're like magicians. We don't reveal our secrets to anyone. So for me to come out and say what I'm saying to you is tantamount to career suicide, okay? I'm going to get blacklisted because of this, but I don't care. I tried when in 2016, I tweeted to people to go and look for these tapes. I know that they existed because we recorded those meetings. We recorded that moment there. It's somewhere on a tape, on a file. And I'm here to tell you that doesn't matter. I have 5 Emmy Awards, 4 Producers Guild nominations. None of that matters. I will lose my career if I break an NDA or come forward with how this stuff gets done.
Right.
And I've done so in this article just so I can share people how we managed to con them.
Well, in the article.
Interesting. Fascinating angle, man. Huh. This definitely throws a wrench in the gear, man. It's gonna get real messy, man. Especially like August. Now, I know this isn't on the topic. I'm going to cover it on the show Saturday, but just speaking to this kind of helter-skelter scenario, black-white chessboard play, what seems to be boiling right now in perfect summer madness fashion. Have you seen this clip of the quote-unquote white supremacist cop who killed the woman in her kitchen? Black woman?
Yeah, I saw that.
Man.
In Illinois, where the convention's in August.
Was it Sonia Massey or something?
Yeah,
like that?
Massey. Sonia Massey.
Yes.
This is catching traction.
Oh, it's going crazy.
Are we going to get another Floyd Summer, man? What do you guys say?
I didn't put that together about what Mo just said about where the location.
Yeah.
I personally couldn't. I didn't watch it because I knew it would be triggering. And I'm just like, man, I can't. There's certain stuff I just can't do because it's just going to make me mad. And I'm like, that's the whole point.
Exactly.
Make me mad.
Yeah. I'm just telling, that's how dirty they play.
Exactly.
Once again, I had to remind people, I am not on either side. I just realized how dirty they play. These are the same people that drops off pallets of bricks in 2020.
There we go.
Let's not forget, you know what I'm saying, peak coup season, they let you outside to burn stuff down. So don't put anything past these people.
Yeah, it's wild. And to see the back and forth on Twitter is crazy because it's just perfect helter-skelter form. You have like the more progressive, or let's just say the more black view, which is saying or at least they're pushing the video that shows her just fall to the ground, but it's like an edited clip. And then, and again, I know what you mean, Don. I totally understand. It is hard to watch these things. Over the years of research, I've become very callous when it comes to doing certain types of research. So I try to lean in to that callousness when I'm viewing these things, but it is very disheartening to see. And thankfully, it wasn't graphic footage. Like you can't really like see anything completely, but it is definitely difficult to watch these types of videos. But what you're seeing is one side passing around an edited video saying she didn't do anything, and then you see another clip where it's an extended version and it actually shows her pick up the pan or the pot with boiling water and kind of throw it. Now, mind you, that's never a reason to shoot someone. Now, I guess technically that's a weapon. I get the whole arguments. I'm not trying to get into the details and take sides, but that wasn't necessary, right? And if I'm going to be honest, and I'm not trying to play into the helter-skelter, but I do understand that racial relations, especially today, are such that people treat people different based on their racial makeup, right? And I would doubt that same scenario would happen, say that woman was non-black. But I'm just throwing that out there, not putting too much on it. I'm just saying, for people that saying that Candace Owen, there was no racial motive. It's like, come on, man. Do you see the time we're in? You see what everyone's seeing on the internet, man. People are being built up on racial sides. People's racialism is being elevated. Exactly. It's being magnified right now. People going outside ready to knock somebody's head in if they say the wrong thing. So I'm just putting it out there. That should have never happened. She should have never done that, sure. But I'm saying, it's crazy to me to see people pushing around a false representation of what happened, and it speaks to this social engineering dialectic of memes and images and videos, and how they create entire movements. So now you got this whole movement that's sending around this faulty video that they're basing their whole view on, and then you got other people sending the longer version that's more accurate, and it's infuriating them because they're like, look at you guys, you're just being easy on her because she's black. This is what really happened. And you see this back and forth, and it's just disheartening. It's like, gosh, it's sad, but at the same time, I can't help but realize, man, this is building up, and if you know how it goes, if he's not prosecuted or what have you, it could hit the streets overnight if it really gets out. Because I guess so far it's just really on Twitter right now. I don't think it's really hit the mainstream yet. I haven't heard of anything.
No, they already got her father saying we need something bill and a voting rights bill, and he's some kind of pastor in Illinois. Yeah, Trump's already there. They got it cooking. But see, this is what people have to understand.
Oh, that's right. You're right.
They have to put it on ice until August when the convention gets there. These things are stage planned, even like you said, Days. They release the edited tape to get people invested.
Right.
And then they release the unedited to discredit it and create the conflict.
Knowing that people will still stay on both sides. They're still going to stay on both sides.
Right. So what they're going to do is they're going to, if things play out like they normally do, they're going to put this on ice. Because if you remember, George Floyd happened in May. Things didn't pop off until like June, July.
25th, yep.
Right. They put it on ice till they need to weaponize it. And I think they're going to do the same thing here. And they're asking for a the George Floyd crime bill to be passed, which, once again, if they can get Kamala Harris to be pushing for that so they can say, oh, we gave black people something tangible. I'm telling you, this is why I'm fascinated with it, because it's kind of like how the worst of people. At the same time, it's the strategy of it. It's kind of weird that I find it entertaining, but at the same time, I find it I'm disgusted by it, because like, wow, y'all really playing on people's emotions like that.
Yeah, now that you say that, Mo, like I stayed so far away from it, I didn't even know there was an extended version, and that changes the whole context completely. Because I think about when Days mentioned, other situations. I'm thinking about, I think it was in California that there was an Asian lady. She was being evicted from her apartment, and she came to the door and she had a knife, and the police ended up killing her. Now, she came at the police with the knife now, and they shot her, and you can see the cam footage of it. So it's like, obviously it seemed like something was wrong with her in the head. And I'm thinking, man, the way things are in the United States now, if the police come to your place, now I'm just thinking as a man now, as a very large man, if I sit up there and do something agitative, I'm like, I got a death wish. Now, I know women might look at things differently for whatever reason, but I'm just like, man, I'm thinking most people in America know if the police coming at you, you might want to chill, because our country's police don't mind killing folks. So I'm thinking something is wrong with this woman in her head if she's going to throw a boiling pot of hot water at the police. Like, what? Like, something wrong with that woman, man.
That's how I felt, Don. I couldn't believe it. And shout out to 1120. This is a very important point here. And I'm leaning into this one right here, because this might be what we're dealing with. 1120 says, is it real extended version or AI extended version? See, that's where we're at, guys. That's where we're at. And mind you, it was a grainy video. You know how easy that is to doctor? I mean, especially with AI. Now, I'm not saying I don't know what happened, but that's where we're at, man. We're at this point where you could very easily create that kind of scenario visually. You could do that. Now it's hard to go that direction, because then we're getting into the realm of purely subjective, and that's dangerous, because you can't get any truth out of that, right?
Not just that.
I got to be careful with that, but at the same time, we have to consider these things, and then when we talk about inciting violence, or maybe playing into a helter-skelter scenario during a major groundbreaking election. I mean, come on, man. Yeah. Right? We can't put any of this stuff past them, especially when you see how people are reacting online, man. This is Floyd 2.0.
Yeah, that's kind of why I'm just like, I'm kind of
a black woman.
Yeah,
a black woman. There we go. A black woman this time.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to think like that, because I don't want to dismean. Like, when you talk about deep fakes and AI, it's like people don't understand that. That's why they want everybody focused on the screens. They don't want people in the real world. They don't want people to look objectively in their everyday experiences to see how. Granted, police. There are people of evil of every type of people. There are police officers that do go overboard, but there are also police officers that it's not the way it's portrayed. So they don't want people to have a real interaction in the real world. They want people to be polarized through the screens. And just like TikTok, it's like since people don't really have focus, and Mo, you talked about this earlier, this mindlessness, this lack of awareness that people have, where I don't know what to do. Let me go online to think. Let me go online to know what I should be thinking about, what's important in my life. People are literally getting their identity from social media. So they're looking for something to react to. Like, literally people are looking for the next thing to be emotional about, because they don't have any connection in large numbers in the real world. And so when you tell somebody, like, and I don't even want to say that we have to question if it's real or not, but because it's like, it's almost like with the Trump situation, right? Look, I get it. I understand what people are saying. We saw what we saw, but they also said the moon landing is real. They also said that and I know that's a triggering idea to think about, but we have to really address these issues. People have to get out of their emotional comfort zone and accept the fact that these things are not adding up in any way, that they absolutely must be questioned. Now there is nuance when you're dealing with something like the moon landing versus someone getting shot. There's nuance, but expect that everybody is not going to be on board to say that this is real. We might not know what the actual truth is because they don't want the truth of anything to be promoted. They want perceptions that they can manipulate to be promoted.
There we go.
Yeah, man, that's crazy, Hulk. I mean, just hearing what you said, hearing what Dave said, I'm sitting here thinking, man, was it real? And just to think about that concept of how much of what we see is real, and when you start to question everything, it's like you have to. It's like a rabbit hole you go down. Like on one hand, I hear what Hogan's saying about the moon landing. Now I've heard some very persuasive arguments about the moon landing footage and things like that, about its veracity or falsehood. And so that's a different thing. But when this issue of the lady getting killed, like, was that made up? And I'm just like,
here's the
man, this is crazy. Like, we live in this social media mediated world, and to just say, is it real? It's like, it just throws everything off. It's like, man, we got to go back to the newspaper days or word of mouth days. Like,
yeah, we really do. Days, you remember when you talked about the candy book situation, right? And how that's like, I still don't. I'm speaking personally for me. I still can't call it. I still don't know.
As far as I'm concerned, Candy Book was a very interesting fantasy tale. Okay, I'm not ever wavering, and it's crazy to even consider that, right? But when you look at the details, it's a fascinating story.
Everybody was in on it, and it's hard. It's hard for people to believe that on something on that scale, everybody could play a role. It's hard to believe.
And then something can be real. Let's just say it is 100% real.
Right.
The media coverage tips it one way or another on how they frame it.
Yes.
Exactly. So we could just go away from the real, not real, and they can sway your perception in a way. And you can watch two news channels with two different ideologies, and they spin it a different way. So once again, we're talking about divide and conquer. Let's take something. It is what it is. What's on the camera? It captured what it captured. Now let's build a narrative around how we see it, how it's seen, and that's, I believe, way more powerful is the narrative building around it, and then the comment section that go along with it, because that influences us. So when you start to read, oh, no, this is what I heard, or this is what I heard. So it's like rumors of wars and rumors of wars, you know what I'm saying? Like that kind of thing. We live in interesting times, man. Very, very interesting times.
It's like everything is a telephone game. Like
there we
reality
go.
is the telephone game.
There we go. That's a perfect analogy. Yes.
And like, I have no reason to believe that this woman did not indeed pass away, which is tragic. And I pray for her family. But the perceptions about, like what you're saying, about what narrative they're trying to promote, it's always, this is a time of narratives. You know, the narrative is being pushed. Now, I didn't even realize that there were two. Now, this is new for me. So this is kind of, my brain is like processing this all over again. Now, I kind of was suspect. I'm gonna be real with you. I kind of was suspect about it anyway, because I kind of figured that it's always more coming out. Anytime you get these body cam issues, I watched enough of them before that you gotta wait a little while, because it's always more coming out. It's always more footage, more angles. And they do this with all these things. It's always more, a different angle. Yeah, it's always the same play. So, you know, I'm been conditioned to not, you know, of course, I just hate to see that somebody died. But I always wait and reserve, you know, a critical analysis until they added on because they're always going to use these things like Mo was talking about. They're going to use it. They're going to definitely use it to do their social engineering tactics. That's what we can say is 100%. They're going to use it, even if however it happened, they're going to use it.
It's a wild and crazy times, man. I've kept y'all quite long tonight, so I'm feeling a little bad, man. I hope I didn't keep you guys too long because you're on the other side. So,
and it was good, man. I'm this was like we need, honestly, these kind of conversations is what people need to hear, because having a whole bunch of emotion but not having any real objective medium to talk and discuss these things, because a lot of people are internalizing all of what's happening to them.
True.
And it's actually shaping their behaviors because they're not reasoning it out. They're not talking it objectively and critically thinking through all of this stuff. So it's becoming aimless emotion. And so it's setting the stage for people to react in this political paradigm on an extreme way. It's almost like all of this is to incite this civil war that I think is of the mind. They probably do want it physically, but right now it's definitely mentally.
Yeah, heart and mind, right? Emotions. Yeah, definitely. I agree. That's the war, man. I posted recently. There's two wars going on. There's the spiritual war, and then there's the ontological war. Mm-hmm. And that ontological war is the war on your paradigm, your epistemology, your ontology, how you feel, your emotions, your mind, all of these things. Yeah, your heart and mind. And it's like guard your mind, guard your heart, guard your spirit, man, because there's a war outside, man, and this is getting intense. And they're utilizing all the 5th generation warfare technology to accomplish it. And that's right now currently social media and ubiquitous computing. It's just everyone has instant contact with with the messaging and the symbols and the images and of course the controversies. And wars can be started overnight. All it takes is one video clip of something heinous, and it can move mountains. And we've seen it happen in the past. We got that first real glimpse with the 911. I remember waking up that Tuesday morning, looking on the news, couldn't believe my eyes what I was seeing.
I thought it was a movie. I remember I was talking to my grandmother because I haven't even went to college yet, and I was just sitting in the kitchen. I think I went in 2 weeks, so I was at home, and I was with my grandma. I said, "What movie are you watching?" And she was like, "This is real life." I was like, "What?"
Crazy, right? And we all witnessed that live. It did something to us. We've never been the same since, and I think COVID had a similar kind of effect. It changed us, and we've been moving into we've been shifting into these new moments, these new eras. We went from the 9/11 era, right? Post 9/11. Mm-hmm. You guys remember that post 9/11 era? Now we're in the post COVID era. If you pay attention to the messaging and the news and the history they're writing now about these times. So now we're moving, as we're in this post COVID era, we're kind of moving into this like transhumanist future. It's wild, man. So I appreciate you guys being here. Let's have some closing thoughts, man. Unless you guys wanted to add on to anything, please add on some closing thoughts, and then I'll promote your guys' channels and your work, etc. Why don't you start off there, Bro Mo?
So I just say, don't be manipulated. And I think they're gonna keep pushing this black thing, this race thing. If you feel you need to vote for what's best for you. That's the best way to do it. Vote what's best for you. Get outside, connect with people, and even if you don't connect with people outside, find a good tribes like we have here. And maybe create content yourself, but just stay grounded with other people and don't drift.
Mm-hmm. Well said.
Amen. Who's next? What you say, Battle Don?
I'll just say, man, this is a great conversation. I love the back and forth. I especially love going hard with Mo, man. We've had conversations on the phone. We be going hard against one another's viewpoints.
They don't know, dog. They don't know.
So it was cool to,
and I got some links for you too.
Yeah, man. So that was cool to kind of relive that energy, and I appreciate Days for allowing me to come on and to share with Hope. And I just like to lead with as I've been reading this myself, because I got to get my own mind right. And I've been in Ecclesiastes lately. And I want to close with Ecclesiastes 1:17 through 18. And it speaks to kind of what we all do here, you know, in our own social media little areas. You know, we seek knowledge, we seek wisdom, we seek to understand what's going on in this world, to make sense of this craziness. And so, starts 17, I gave my heart to know wisdom and knowledge, to learn proverbs and understanding, and this too was waywardness of spirit. For in the abundance of wisdom there is abundance of knowledge, and he who increases knowledge will increase suffering. And I was just thinking to myself, it's like all this stuff we know and we've come across, it's just like, wow. Could you imagine a young child watching something or seeing something and just seeing it through an innocent lens? But us having understood all these things, come across all these different agendas and programs and technologies and all the possibilities, we see something and we just like, all this stuff's running through our head. Like, is it real? What's the agenda? What's the angle? And it's just like, it weighs on us, man. It's like a burden. Having understanding of the world is a burden. Sometimes I think, man, if I didn't know what was going on, my life would be so much more simple.
Facts.
Because I wouldn't be thinking so hard about everything. And it's just like, God, you know, at the end of the day, it's just like, you know, knowledge will fail. At the end, man, all this stuff, it will fail. Only thing that will stand true is love. The love we have for one another, the love that we have for Christ, the love that Christ has for us. That's what's going to take us through millions of years. Not what we know, what we understand, how we could put the pieces together. And so I just want to leave everybody with that.
Man, well said, man. I couldn't agree more. I want to also promote your book here. So this is, let me bring Mo back here. Where is that at? Here is MOE FACTZ channel right here. Be sure to subscribe to Bro Mo.
Appreciate that.
And it's all in the description as well. Let's see here. And now here we have The Battle Don. Be sure to subscribe. Got some awesome work. All these guys do really good work. Very, very, very good work here. And also, I'd like to show you his book here. Revolution, an introduction to the art and science of worldview warfare. And we've done some videos, we've done some streams on this in the past. I'm actually going to be bringing this back because it's a good time to start breaking down some more of this book, because it's really, really good. So this is Brother Don's work here. So you could see his writings. Very well researched, extremely well researched. All types of references. Great, great research. Good piece there, man. Appreciate you, brother. And now, let's see. Let me pull up Hulk's channel. And of course, Brother Hulk. Be sure to subscribe. And he has multiple channels that you will also find on his channel here. Health channel, backup channel. be sure to check these guys out if you guys are interested in hearing more. So yeah, man, this was great. We're going to have to get together again soon here because a whole lot's going to happen week by week, right? So I think we've started something here. Brother Theo of the Unplug 'Em channel was supposed to be here with us, but he had some engagements, prior engagements that he had to attend. So it would be awesome to get him on the next one because I'm sure we're going to have a whole lot of new things to go over as we get closer and closer to this selection, right? It's going to be fascinating, but I really like Battle Don's message there. Ultimately, that's all that matters, right? That's ultimately what it's all about. But again, we have been put in this position, I personally believe, to assist in this kind of moment that is a bit dark at times, is a bit painful and confusing. But I pray that we are assisting in clearing some of these things up, demystifying a lot of it, and also bringing people who are lost and completely oblivious and ignorant to these things, bringing them to some understanding in the process. So this gives all of the hard work and the sometimes dark moments of this type of research and study, it gives some a sense of purpose and meaning and value to it, right? Because we do this not just for our own understanding, because that's how we got here, but we definitely offer it to you and those who listen and support as some semblance of assistance, love, and appreciation and care for our fellow men, brothers and sisters in Christ, and those who are in the world that need to be pulled out of it. So I pray every day that we are assisting in that process as we, in a sense, sacrifice our own let's say comfort in this level of work, right? So I appreciate you all, man. Any last words you guys want to get out before we hit the road here?
I just want to say thanks, man. This was a pleasure to be here. Of course, in Brother Days, always a pleasure. And man, Mo and Don, man, let me tell you, we understood, man. I enjoyed the dialogue. I enjoyed talking with you, both of you all. This is iron sharpening iron. It's good that we all bring our perspectives because, I enjoy this learning experience, man. I love to learn. I love to listen to people from various backgrounds and views and schools of thought. It's how you grow, it's how you develop, and it's actually how you refine your own worldview to better articulate it, being around, other people who are, well established in theirs. So this was great, man. In these times, I think this is therapeutic for me because to be around and talk to people who see what's going on, instead of just internalizing it, because let's be real, there's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of spiritual warfare. This world is a bit overwhelming, but, of course, without faith in Christ and just having fellowship with, brothers, and being among the fellowship, it's very therapeutic. It actually allows us to vent some of this off because we live in the world. We're just not of the world, but we do live in it, and you have to deal with it. You can't let it just fester in you because it'll eat you up. And I just pray for people, going through hardships and struggles, and that we all stay grounded in Christ, man, and that we can, by His Spirit, we see through these deceptions and agendas, and we walk by faith and not by sight, because we're going to need the whole armor of God in this world, man. It's a lot of stuff that's trying to steer people off into a very dangerous position where you throw away your identity in Christ and you just fall for anything in the world. They want to take everything from you. They don't want to just take your money. They want to take everything from you. So Amen. It's important that we know, and we need fellowships like this. I know, I appreciate this network that we have. Definitely got to check out what y'all doing. I mean, I'm already subscribed to both of you all, but I'm definitely going to keep on checking out. I I see when MOE FACTZ. I always see when you go live. I be listening in. And Don, I gotta check out this book you got, man. I love good content, and of course, Days. You know, you ongoing, man, laying down a foundation to keep on going and inform the masses. Because if we don't do it, they won't be informed. it's very,
Yes.
it's very. You know,
it's getting harder and harder to get the truth out, right?
Yep, we are called for such a time as this. But that's all I wanted to say.
I just want to give Days his flowers, man. When I watch his videos, man, excellent production, quality, man. It's amazing, bro. It's like it's on the level that Hollywood level, man. I'm telling you, you doing the thing, man, for real.
I appreciate that, man.
Definitely an inspiration.
I really appreciate that, guys. And for those that are listening that might not be familiar with the work here, this is actually the backup channel. So welcome for those that found their way here. And if you're interested in the regular podcast that I do, it is on the main channel, and that is all in the description. Actually, I don't think my main channel is in the description. All my other channels are. If someone could put the main channel link in the description, I'd appreciate, or at least in the comment section, or sorry, the chat. I'd appreciate that, because I don't think it's in the description actually. But yeah,
I dropped it in there for you.
Okay, right on. So yeah, that's the main channel. That's where we do the Future Shock podcast. And here on the backup, the Don TV channel, we just we talk about culture and politics mostly. But I appreciate having these brothers on. I've been working with these guys for years, and I got a lot of respect for them. And they're just always producing great ideas and great content. So it's awesome to get together like this and discuss things as one, right? It's really cool. So I'm looking forward to the next. I'm really looking forward to it, because I already know, man, stuff is about to get wild. And you guys are going to be the first ones I round up so we could sit down and chat about it. So, again, I thank you guys. And I thank you all listening. Appreciate you all for joining today. And shout out to the Patreons and the locals. Good to see you guys. And we'll be continuing to do our member content, as well as anybody supporting the channel in any type of way. I appreciate you guys, because it is because of you that we're able to continue this type of work. So thank you so much. And I will see you all very, very soon. So I'm going to end the show as always by saying all praises to the Most High God. In Jesus' name,